case 1, because the gun, whatever his name grabbed, clearly didn't fire. Yeah, the gun wasn't even the evidence record, but it would have been very obvious it was never fired, or at least it wasn't recently fired unless she shot it outside the restaurant. Okay. Let's get rid of this guy, alright? Did I get something new? I think I got something new from this guy. Maybe not. He's in jail because they had limited budget, so they had to reuse fucking a lot of the sprites. That's honestly probably the reason for a lot of it. Like, for Christ's sakes, like, we're reusing the same set pieces, for instance. So yes, we'll see if this is important to the later story. But yes, they're reusing so many assets in this case. So it's convenient for them. Here now, Mr. Gardeb. Would first GA be better? I'm not sure, because the first 2 cases aren't even really set up. They're just bad. Like, I think the writers were like, fuck it, we'll just throw something. Like, the first 2 cases are awful. Like, if you had a list of bottom 5 cases in the series, I think the first 2 cases of the previous game basically topped that list. Like, that's how awful they were. Yeah. I can't believe you had evidence and it just shatters in front of you. And they're like, eh. Man, the fact that you can still lose the trial after that. What the fuck? Meh. Meh, you're still guilty. Meh, she's free to go. So dumb. Like, yeah, that court trial was so terrible. Alright, anyway. All like business is for me, you know, getting out and about. We at the Old Bailey by any chance. Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that, not a trial to miss. Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Course place caused quite a stir on the capital more than one occasion already. That's Capcom. As the haunted lodgings or some such. Well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blaze is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does, in fact. Thinking about Miss Natsume's other trial 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business, I see. So what brings you to my haunted abode today? Yeah, Nintendo sort of abandoned visual novels or games like this with Famicom Detective Club or whatever the hell. That's the closest I think they got to a visual novel kind of games. Fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? I'm trying to remember, they don't have many RPGs either. That was another weird thing. It's because the N64 had no ability to make JRPGs, so literally it was carried by Paper Mario. Yeah, this house does seem to have something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Next that Bali curse. Convict's curse, you mean? I heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. And there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. My next day? Can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? Super Mario RPG is hardly, it's like a Square Enix, or it's a fucking Squaresoft game. It's like weird, yeah. They for some reason just believed Enix and Squaresoft would stay with them in the N64 days, and then suddenly when they jumped ship they had 0 RPGs. Say the woman who dropped dead outside the street, you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green was stabbed by the knife, and Miss Shamspear was poisoned last night. Both very much alive still. That's a blasted convict's curse, it seems. Fuck, what's PDZ again? First I should be quite content with such lodgings, a bath, a toilet. Fireplace, fascinating history. Why, sounds like the lap of luxury. Not sure about that. No, there's more games on the GameCube than the N64. Because no one wanted to work with Nintendo on cartridges. There's no bath for toilet, include no fireplace either. Look out for your tenants, don't you? Watching the rise and fall. Flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such like. Oh, perfect Dark Zero. Then you had your mishap already, sir. It's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Pitchy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap with questionable character, eh? No need for that, Mr. Garrett. That's right, Mr. Natsume is no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. But he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away. Dwow, we murdered him. That's right, I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Dwow. I come across a chap so keen for a place of a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen as much as a cheap rent, actually. How long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof? Oh, actor chap, let me see. Oh, of course, yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it, only 3 months. It's quite near here too, then. What do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrett, I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrels that happened. Selden? A convict, you mean? Selden Shamspeare have come out of connection, then. Yes, they do. He's obviously a crook. Convict chap Selden passed away in the clink 3 months ago, you see, some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Wow. Well, that was only 3 days later the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire take thy room in the middle floor offered by your wife for rent. Terribly sorry, whatnot, that won't be possible. Already have a lodger. Wow, that guy gets killed. Ground floor is vacant though. Already have a lodger middle floor. Ground floor is vacant though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine and go into these crows. Muffin, here is the room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well. We have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. Oh, Shamspeare dance to celebrate. I heard in Cortez sounds like the chap was leaving gas. And it was 3 months in arrears, the rent too. He hasn't paid a single fucking... Like, why hasn't this guy been arrested or kicked out? So he hasn't paid a single day of rent. Christ. Obviously the fucking murderer. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrett. I'm most grateful. I forgot what the rules are for tenants, though, in England, especially in 1900. We have appreciation. Allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of the most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. You have to turn your attention to more apt lines then. I mean, does he not even pay up front for like 1 month of rent? Like, what the hell? Why would you ever have a tenant like that? Good up, could I show you this? Oh, he doesn't care. Quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. I haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time, then. Get up, can I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? Oh, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name, Duncan Ross. Street photographer happened to pass and asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really. Has he been any chance to lodger before, Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died under mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in a room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Wow. Duncan Ross, young chap, was attending art school at the work to pay for it. Mine moved in the middle floor room about a year ago. After that, the criminal Selden was arrested. Young students always on the hunt for rumors of a history behind them. History of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamp, see what my lodgers were up to at the time, so sadly I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we all bally collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. The stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. Even after you had all that work done reset, somebody says the same thing, that the stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed. That's a bally curse, a convict's curse. No, it's obviously the other guy in the tenant, Monka. The guy who hasn't paid a single dime and cheated the gas. Officer's done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. All these bad stuff happening with this dude. Oh, Annie doesn't pay rent. Annie fucking is cheating the gas company. Reminds me, actually, yes. About young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished, I'm gonna ask was Shams being writing a letter. Letter of affection to a young lady, yes, Miss Green. Love lettering me. Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. Excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. I think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence. Dear Miss Usato, that is precisely what I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me. Not excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, no. Charlie didn't address it, though, so me no means delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see, that's gonna play on my mind. Give me it. Give me. I know who. It's the white people. Identity of Mr. Ross' sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. No. Yes, I suppose you're right. Fuck! Give me the letter. Intended recipient's address is missing, however. There's a name. Are you serious? We have no way to deliver it. You mean the name? No way to deliver it. You mean the fucking name that's written on it? We have no idea who this belongs to. No clue. What about the name? No fucking clue. Name attributed to most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love goes to you, my colorful darling. Olive Green. Olive Green? That's a common name. It could be anyone. Think about it. There's like a billion Chinese. Almost all of them have Olive Green as their name. We'll never find them. Woman who's plunged in a coma after a knife plunged her back outside the house 5 days ago. Victim of the case was sexually son was confirmed to regain consciousness only yesterday. Was it just chance her name has come up now? Possibly be a mere coincidence. Naruto, whatever can this mean? Even personal correspondence can have its merits. Satsato ha ho ho. Could be anyone. Could even be you. Second February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, recovery ward. Alright, I just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to discharge at last. Good news. Hopefully, just before she leaves. What is it? She's so wide! I can't get over every time I see her. Good God, even Mr. Potato Head would be like, Jesus, men fucking got Miss Green. God, sir. She's so wide you can't even see her boobs. I don't even understand how this works. How does this work at all? Was that? She clearly had someone behind her back. Men fucking got. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Good God, damn you people! Good God, sir! Lovely, what are you all doing here? Doctor said I can be discharged and begin my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing. Really? Just about taking medicine doctors prescribed for me, that's all. We're open, I have another quick chat with you, that's alright. Don't really have anything else to tell you, alright? She's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. I mean, if that woman can move a body or a chair on, or a body on a chair, then fuck it, the police officer can move this chick. That part was so dumb. Like, how does no one notice like a woman trying to drag a fully grown man on a chair around? Like, that case was terrible. What I'm gonna do is you're gonna be discharged with Screen. Yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want to linger in wasted space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. Probably shouldn't stand around and chat. Certainly doesn't seem any mood to talk, that's for sure. Oh, there we go, this works out. Screen open asks you about someone, Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did drown. That's no medicine. Screen, are you alright? If this was Danganronpa, that's blood. Damn pink blood monks. So sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. Just wasn't expecting it. How do you know about Duncan? Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. Landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. At the art school, that's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. Working to fund his studies, he dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. The two of you became romantically involved. Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually, and that was a flag. So I decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for a wedding. That's what landed Mr. Garadevs. Yes, he told me he found the worst, but cheapest room in the entire East End. Then 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green, she looks desperately sad. Starting to think that's just her look. Now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Wow. I hope you won't think I'm being rude, but mind leaving me in peace now. I have to leave the hospital soon. So sorry we didn't mean to hold you up. Of course we'd be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, he has it. Sure you're not about to leave? That's quite out of the question. It's a Sholmes. Didn't realize you were here. Of course I was, my dear fellow. Watch intently from the shadows as always. I'll make your presence known next time. Sholmes, oh no! The rat! Oh no! It's dead, sir! No! Damn you, God! How many more people have to die? Pepe Hens? No! It's dead, sir. Beep. Or no, you guys would be like trying to do defibrillate it. He's dead, sir. Holmes, what's this about? He's fucking dead. So much occurs with some regularity, Miss Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? The case waiting to be happening on our very nose now. Let us avert disaster. Let us prevent the case from ever happening. With nothing but careful observation. Alright. Please the is set before you. You only look and you cannot fail to see. No! You can do it, Naruto. I know you can. Ratley is dead. Get out of my way, woman. Boof. No! No, seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice there before. No! This is where Kiryu would slam the table and walk out. God damn it, we could have saved it. Professor drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. Das no medicine. But that's the bottle the screen was about to drink from when we arrived. Wow. You don't think. I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. A tragedy about to take place. Yeah, I don't get why. Okay, whatever. I think it's fallen into place. Shamspear's evil, guys. Figure it out. Monko. Screen. The contents of the bottle you had before spilled out on the floor. Poor mouse had drank and sadly died. I think it's clear the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently. We'll give it a funeral. Ooh, come on, son, do the music. Or the bagpipes. Screen. Tending to go the same way as that rodent. To take your own life. Once you'd left, you would have put it in your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. No! Jesus, an earthquake. No! Green, please talk to us. It feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Holmes believes is about to happen here. Perhaps you should ask Miss Green about it. Let me just take it. Damn you people. Oh, of course it's the same envelope as the fucking Shamspear guy. It's green. 10 seconds later, we arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital now, the doctor comes to examine you in the mornings. He always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. Conspicuous lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Wow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. That seems quite out contains poison. Yes, a poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, it's all my fault. What have I done? Mouse, sir, Ratley's dead, sir. God damn it, you guys don't even care. You guys just move on as if you didn't exist. Route this to my office, Miss Green. Take you have no objection. Nothing done. He was a true hero, a family man, had several kids. Why does the sender's name or address appear written on the envelope or card? We already know. Arrived by post my own the day before the incident put me in the hospital here. Information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Shamspear. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. Wow, it's a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. Precisely the time when the incident occurred. Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street from Mr. Garadeb's house on. Does this mean that? Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. What were you doing on Briar Road that day? I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I have to ask you to excuse me now. Told you everything. But I still have to drag up such painful memories for you. It's fine. Miss Green, Please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has a bottle now anyway. Besides, been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. Yay, feel is okay. Might sound a little conceited, but that's how this has made me feel. Hey, Miss Green and St. Bartholomew is behind. We made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. We reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late, Mr. Naruto. Discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shansbury and Garrett legends, the convict Selden. Many facets to this case, and we get to see the heart of it if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway. Kinda wondering about the results of the analysis. Similar to you mean, yes. Whether they found strychnine in it or not. Well, if you're either way. Hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Edge Silver Stormstone with back 28 months. Baron von Zeeks. Wish you every success, of course, and that was like the rise this morning. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at crisp hour and attend the trial of Mr. Sholmes. We're going to come indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there. Soon my eyelids cooperate with me in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left, remain focused, keep fighting for Natsume's cause until the very end. Does this game have 5 cases? Or I probably could see at the chapter select. One of the world's most prosperous city, home to 6 million people. Okay. So I'm assuming it's way longer than the first game, because the first game, it was trial, investigation, trial, and that's already 3 cases, and then it was 1-day cases for the last 2. Okay. And Razadaz down back at his bind bricked up when there's only lurk. Okay, case 4 is like the, fuck, it's like, the 3rd game. Case 4. It's like it's on long battle out of loneliness during many months here, and so I felt honor bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, the left curse that gripped him. Sholmes said tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Finn. He's not, Miles is not a villain, damn you. Villain, he's a prosecutor, sir. He must be evil. The law is evil. Oh, by defendant's antechamber. There. This is it, Naruto. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. A miserable curse and plaguing Mr. Natsume to everything. In my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Sato. Except for Soseki selfishly sidelined. Morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Morning, good morning, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Listen to you two chatter away after this that the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Natsume. Not perhaps because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. Seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Actually, it's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. Type of literature, you see, the journey to discover one's own death. Or such a... Some more conversation I was hoping for. I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me. Isn't dying your path leading to you to death, Mr. Natsume? Oh, it's just an example. Oh, yes. There it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I'm sure you'd abandoned me. Turn to our beautiful long-lost homeland. Not even in great reading a week yet. Yeah, so anyway. Let me see everything straight in court today. Turn and uncover the truth. Oh, this is before the, fuck, this is before the, shit. Yeah, it's before the 2-month skip, okay. We did 3 cases in 7 days, is that what we're saying? Jeez. I'm trying to think it was... Okay, yeah. I had to reach an important decision myself. Oh, that sort of decision. There we went after the trial. Alright. Let's see. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. Very clever message, I think. Dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. Very clear message, I think. And you overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may you stay away if you ask me. But then your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way to the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. When the Reaper stands for prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. I don't believe the legend any more than I believe Soseki-san's curse. Truth is hidden here somewhere. I won't let it escape me. Yeah, there's a lot of flaws with the first game, yeah. Because the Reaper guy, like, he gets, like, no characterization or anything. Like, he's just there. But I'm assuming this game delves into his history with the Japanese. I keep believing my client, keep fighting to the very end, that's all. Because I think there was just too much filler in the first game. Yeah, because most of the good prosecutors get like backstory in their games, but the first game literally had no backstory for him, he's just there. Therefore I am the Old Bailey courtroom. Alright, just see the queen hereby declare the court to be in session. Call on the counsel, prosecutor, and defense declare a willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. Yes, defense is ready. Very good. Now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by law to represent the will of the people in this trial. Ready to proceed? Absolutely, justice will be done. You mark my words. You're obliged to, especially ruthless on days when my hat's sitting just right. Well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. No sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this, I have my own problems. Wait, what? Shouldn't she be not guilty then for my guy? Lord, show us the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Lord Von Zieks, what can you tell us? Prosecution's report, please, for the court in relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. It's poisoned, isn't it? Is there going to be some lead pipe scandal? Or the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dark. Pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I would defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow, and there is indeed a frozen reddish liquid in low depression on top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsumi brought with him that night. Oh, the brains at the art of analyzing. Yes, you're right. It was tea. There wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation, yeah, I don't get it. So he should be not guilty then. Alright, we're out of here. As I suspected. Makes it quite clear. Defendant Mr. Soseki Natsumi is blameless here. Alright, here we go. Is it new evidence? Time to introduce new evidence that was stolen. Learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. Typical Nipponese reaction. Savages, really. What? Yes, it's true, no poison was found in a few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude the water found in the ocean isn't salty? Or the water in the ocean is extremely salty, counsel. Exactly unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Better was a precise word from the lips of Mr. Shanspeare. Wait, what? When the prosecution now calls back to the stand, This is so dumb. He has zero fucking credibility. I don't understand. The problem with the Great Ace Attorney games is they reuse witnesses a lot. So basically, usually when they, in the other games, when you make a witness lie or whatever, you perjury, whatever, they kick them out and then move on to the next one. Here we just keep reusing them. So Shamspear, yes, sounds like we're gonna have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. In fact, he should be on trial now. But let's show Mr. Shamspear to the stand. Yeah, the worst witnesses I think are in these last two games. William Shamspear, the victim of this despicable crime. Come on! Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a belly full of the foul liquid given, in mine innocence. Like, so far all we know about Von Zieks is he's hyper-racist, because apparently he's ignoring everything now, just to try to convict some Japanese guy. As revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we perhaps first led to believe. Yeah, the only thing I know about Von Zieks is he's super racist. He was in bars of soap such as this. He's been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and smile. Be a villain. Forsooth 'twas I, Shamspear, did a roomful of sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him. Oh, we should be arrested, but fuck it, I let him seal the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile cowardly means have I plotted to further my own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins of that, I am sure. Knowledge of wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. For a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it be still a greater crime, passive unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east and Verona did contrive to poison me. There's no poison in the tea found in your room. Police have attested to that. What the defense would assert is an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by witness testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear? Better not be just his testimony. He better introduce evidence. Verily, my liege, I will most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Let the court tell the court why it's is that poison apparently entered your body, though none of it was found in the tea. Wait, is there really not going to be evidence? Is this is this the worst case of this game? I'm assuming the other cases are better, but Jesus, is he really just gonna? Is it gonna be hearsay of a crook? Like, I don't even understand. Evidence? No, like whenever I do this. This one must be the worst case in this game. Okay, we'll see. Japanese man did come out of chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas my eye cup alone that the wicked miscreant sickly poured his wicked poison. Why is he on the stand? I don't understand. He is clearly a liar, a crook, perjury. And yet we're believing in him now. Okay, whatever. We'll feign a distraction or debate, never to drop his own drink past his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. 'Tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I pour into molds of soap. Time to show the picture of him holding the fucking cup. Alright. Poison slipped in the cup after the tea had been poured. Normal way for a poison to be administered in my experience. Well, it would be disastrous if the poison would have mixed it up. No poison bottle was found at the scene. Because quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. Absence of vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. This guy would have been arrested yesterday for stealing from someone rich. Like, I don't understand why they're not fucking destroying this guy. Now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap. It's wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. How? What evidence? There is no fucking evidence. Yeah, ma'am's true eyes Shamspear come to that. I'm getting frustrated with this case of how awful it is. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Clearly a villain. I didn't do it, he did it. Oh, okay, we believe you, sir. Why would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, are you serious? I do declare, come on! Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Why would he lie? Everyone's so fucking stupid in this one. Alright, yes, my lord. I hate when we have to deal with, like, a clear crook. Japanese man came at him with tea brewed in a pot. It was my cup alone. The wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Hold it! Saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea. To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea. I'll just describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice? Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched and parched. Right, no ice coins means no heating. Witness had more than one brush with death in the night in question, it would seem. Mind the court, Mr. Shamspeare, is whether the accused drank any of the tea brought with him. Greatest of pleasures, my liege. In a distracted debate, never did a drop of his own pass his lips. I just want him to admit which cup is his, and then we just show the photo. Teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. Let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night. And in mine agony did I rest uncontrolled. Fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup and its contents. Spilled his blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Oh, certainly, 'twas after I made the coins of ice from his tea. Upset cup was found on the tea where the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction. Yeah, it's true, there was no tea left in either cup we found at the scene, but one has a mark. Still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course. I know what it is. Mr. Natsume is wise, drink the tea while it's hot, Maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Okay, witness, I'll reiterate the court. What order had occupied you after your guests had left and before you drank your tea? I used the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Hold it! Yeah, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact, isn't that right? To cheat or to die. Tis life's only choice. Yes. Faith to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. And to be very sure, sir, once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task for this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lay, what was to do with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Start with the shoddy shirt on your back. It's time for a Shamspeare dance. What a harsh world we live in. The even of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. Prosecutors cause and defense not to muddy the waters for relevancy. You have no evidence! His credibility is gone! So I warn him, counsel. Yes, my lord, I am the one in trouble here. Shamspeare, after the accused returned to his own lodge, and they used this tea to make your coins. Is that correct? Cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago. So surprised, poison me not found the tea I did pour in molds of soap.
Objection!
Claim Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question, and that's impossible. How, chop logic. What is this, ye dark-clad fiend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference in between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look on the inside of the cups just here. There's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too rarely when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. Completely clean. Prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? This is exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. Japanese saying he quoted, "Drink tea while it's hot." That's right, yes. Jerry, Mr. Natsume is true to his usual self, and I drank his tea in no time. If as you claim in your testimony he didn't touch a drop of his tea, Ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After several hours, the tea was left standing. But, short Mr. Shamspear clearly lied to the court. Get the Kuiniri, whatever, okay.
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. Might want to keep that information to yourself. But on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. Contrary, they would illustrate the fickleness of human memory. William Shamspear. Yeah, he's gonna say the other cup is his. Yes, my liege. Well, you previously stated you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Hey, not telling a lie with no evidence. Could it be that yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? Are you serious? Where's the evidence? Fact that it vanished from your memory until now. This is such a bullshit trial. Okay, it's gonna be hearsay now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen this time I is that night. Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup below. When I looked, 'twas empty. Thus did I use dregs that festered from in the teapot, as my liege it says. Such a blatant lie. When you just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before, I'm supposed to believe that. People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend. I'm just racist, which is why we rely on evidence instead. My characterization so far is racist. Any case makes no difference. Victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put in the victim's teacup only. Okay, so he's... okay, you'd figure his testimony would be a little different then. He's like, poured a cup for me and then didn't have any in his cup. What a load of shit. Okay, he never mentioned that. Secondly, his spoiled cup was not the source of insipid ice coins, but bewitched the court. Yeah, I like how the, the racist guy always says we rely on evidence in this court. And now, like, there's an entire fucking logic train here. Relying on fucking a crook's hearsay. Prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. What facts? Furthermore, testimony remains valid and full support of the established facts. What established facts, in other words? What established facts? You have no evidence for any of this. Inconsistency claimed by defense simply does not exist. What does this mean then? God, this case is just turning into terrible. I do declare there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear that I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night. Not did pass my lips, but the black tea given by the Japanese whose back stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as would be called soup, and a leaf would be called salad. Celebrous as menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer sweat punishment to see in the fit serve a wicked thief of gas, but pray ye wise and noble fellows never forget the simple truth. There be one thing and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspear doth treat you punish the Japanese fellow for his sins, my lord. If I might speak, my lord. Yes, for Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. What a load of shit this trial is by me. I do declare you may be right. Oh no, the Wayfarer is making coins of ice to keep himself warm. This lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison. Aye, he's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. Really never said anything like that. All the urge from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time. We won't be swayed from it. Evidence? Question mark. Evidence? Court acknowledges position of the jury foreman will duly hear the jury's findings. No, you can't. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Why would she put guilty? That doesn't even make sense. It should be like 5-1. This story doesn't even follow its own fucking logic. Why would she say guilty? She would be the first person to question the credibility of the witness on the stand. Yeah, I don't even understand. I think the writers just fucking like said fuck it, throw this case. Alright, hereby declare jury in court. Happy day. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry a summation examination. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical, my learned friend's unable to accept the obvious truth. What obvious truth? Zero evidence! And then every other case he's like, oh, but you need evidence. And then when he does it, shall I therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you. State the grounds which you find the defendant guilty of the crime which he's charged. Jury contentions. Matter of logic mean I'm considered all the evidence. What evidence? Defendant's logic again? I think the writers are just making fun of the player now at this point. It's like, ah, you're a dumb fuck. You thought this case was gonna be good. Logically. Dude, be gas far too expensive. Quite understand why the man would want to avoid pain. Stuff explodes and can poison you. Absolutely lethal gas is. The fuck? Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to build around the city and maintain the pipes. Wait, is this really gonna be the press? Wait a minute, this is awful. Truth be told, my 2 wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Nothing else past victims looked that night. There's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. Never mind. Fuck it. Nope. The writers are like purposely shoehorning this, but sure, you shouldn't really mind. Truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as saleable as we hoped. Yeah, this case might have only needed 1 day. But I guess we'll see. Shamsur is poisoning me, no doubt of that. And how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish— oh right, we have to do this method by which Shamsur was actually poisoned. Only hope is to demonstrate that the court, incontrovertibly— that's surely almost impossible at this stage. Don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. No delays counts. Proceed to summation examination. Yeah, if this— I mean, I could see this case being made for the first game. Because the writers of the first game were, yeah, not so good. I don't know if they like just moved it to the next game. Am I supposed to—
Objection!
oops. Let's see Swain's family odds of another. Otherwise, foreman of the jury, yes, must object. What? Bearing no later, it's my duty to stand up for all juries here present. Stand up for them I will. Curve the foreman, counts I warn you, yada yada. Shan't abide any petty foolery. Put your back straight, keep your pointing fingers to yourself. That I did. Try to find inconsistencies in jurors' statement and private the press. Keep remember different things they say before and time to put on others. Have to do another go.
Hold it!
Please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take it poison over gas every time. You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a house. Ah, you're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes. You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Yeah, fuck this case, I'm out of here. Well, I wasn't expected to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. No, wait, point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Hold it!
Does that mean if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your leaning? Oh, sorry, what's that now? Oh, I was just saying. The victim did actually eat or drink something else in the night. What's the matter with you? Sorry. I said if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Oops, I forgot you can't do that anymore. Have you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression on a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors, don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently, I suppose. The trouble is, he has selective hearing. Exactly, but still, sure may well be the key to breakthrough that we so desperately need. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I think the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way Mr. Shamsbury is really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way, not via Mr. Natsume's too, yes, I know. The trouble is, they have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruto, I wonder if perhaps there's something I might have forgotten. Oh, like what? If I want to watch everyone involved in pursuit if they rat someone else says. Let me remind you exactly what I mean. I'll be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Sasaki's fate is entirely in my hands here. If I were to my client here any advice, this it may be all welcome. That's all lets you Sato-san remind me then again. No. Actually, I don't think there's any need. Why would start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible? Okay, of course. Sure, you're right. If you decide you'd like your memory refreshed, you only ask.
Hold it!
Time or place we discuss some price of gas, madam. Really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? Makes my blood boil. I can feel myself become more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or place to be ruthless either. Might interject here. Yes, ma'am. See, my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. Precisely because of thieves like this man, the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. Unkempt mustaches, hunched shoulders, poison in tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable. No, Mr. Natsume is the one stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go out on more crimes. Sam hasn't been poison the tea either anyway. I've quite made up my mind. Made up as the price of gas.
Hold it!
Please refrain from all this talk of gas. There's an all-out attack in the way, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. I'm supposed to sit there and take it, am I? I don't think so. It's really buzzing now. All I've heard about wonderful fuel is explosion and poison. What about electricity? And what about getting electrocuted? What about that? No explosion here or there, nothing in comparison. Your explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. Point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates contend on a daily basis now. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies. Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Yes, indeed, nobody's questioned that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? Would they steal our gas, you see, and sell that? Steal your gas? What on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's home via a network of pipes, but these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes, and they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes, take money for the precious gas that's ready for hours without us even knowing. Diverting gas in their own pipes illegal. What a brazen form of theft. Visit customers' houses to collect money from their meters. We always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Excuse me!
Christ, I like how irrelevant this shit is right now. you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. Really did catch me off guard there. Thinking about the lady next to was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little right about it recently, you see? Go on. Altamont Gas Company worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. Let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. Proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows, but there was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Oh, I see. In other words, upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property has no contract with your company flicker. You can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. Trouble is, a particular worker came by my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. Guess what happened, can't you? Well, he blew hard then. Wait, you mean? That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stoves. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. Gas supply must have interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. Great, I yelled at the fellow. Trying to kill us all, I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, plus we extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. When the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. So now do I think perhaps yes, this is almost certain the clue we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us. Like I say, ma'am, it's well known already. Juror number 3, amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord, although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Uchiha, you extinguish everything now, so you're in real trouble.
Hold it!
Well, the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man with the big mustache, the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, this summation examination has barely started, really. No shift in the situation shows a new piece of new light. Start with an idea to find some way out of this deadlock. When you say extinguish everything in the house, you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors connected to the same pipe after all. True of every building. Because gas supply contracts issue for the whole properties. Well, I had no idea it was possible to extinguish gas supply simply by blowing down the pipe. That's something we like to publicize, to be honest. We have to carry out these investigations. So I'm sure you can appreciate. It has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even. Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too very recently. Incident involving a gas stove going on inexplicably almost into someone's death. Nor do I think perhaps yes. It's finally starting to fall into place. Secret link that joins all these strange occurrences. I don't know if this is it yet.
Objection!
Here it is. Two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, whose statements refer to counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Well, what? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Someone besides me, Natsume's tea did in manner speaking past the victim's lips on the night in question. What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? See if there are any traces of poison there. Curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. The mouth of the gas pipe, Scotland Yard have enough to do. Oh my god, they have done nothing! What has Scotland Yard done? They didn't figure out there's soap in the fucking walls. What have to do exploring such irrelevance? What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou, prithee, is it not strange and strange? What I say to thee, sir, thought had been quite clear. I would put it another way. The strychnine would have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp into your room. And that is how the poison came into your body. Good lord! Tasty then, gas pipes, is that's what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man so desperately hungry tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a casino film. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
T-Money's A6 on stomach back 28 months. This is no summation examination, this is a farce. This prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Japanese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. Whoever placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. No possible proofs that the man did as you say. Sure, I have no proof Mr. Shamspeare put his lips onto the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. I thought there was a camera. I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd see how you can be so sure of yourself. So I'd like to see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear. Need to make this opportunity count. Move time and time again as Shamspeare stood in front of the gas lamp. Oh, there's a gas lamp there. I'm trying to think how he looks while doing this. It's so fucking weird. So he's blowing into it? Or whatever. Christ. Or he's, yes, doing that. Yes. Maybe he's into that, sir. Damn actors.
Take that!
What the? These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Oh, good God, sir! This is 1900s. He's guilty now. Good God! As they pull out their crosses. Skin prints, Scots. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Minister is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints into evidence as court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Sherlock Holmes. It was out of place since Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. Never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Oh, well. If anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. Us British could solve it. I agree, this month's edition of Engineering Thumbs is quite fascinating. Found skin prints in many places you would expect, on the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. Are we gonna shame him for that? For shame, this is the 1900s. How dare you? If we can kill Alan Turing, we can kill you. Damn you. How dare you? Example here. On the hanging picture there indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork perhaps? First, my colleagues and I thought the same, however. I just stand with your hands where those prints are and you'd find yourself directly in front. Maybe someone in the crowd's like, oh shit! Oh no! Get rid of the evidence! In front of her. I don't believe it. Men God. The gas lamp. The reason why is immediately obvious. It's clear that Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands on the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me, what did I say? You said that blown into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker, and now, if you recall juror number 3's statement, what me now? Gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force in the pipe, caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out. Gas started leaking into the rooms. Obviously that incident was an accident, however, the simple fact is... Sham Spirit had blown hard into the gas pipe here in this room. He could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
Was it time for him to discredit my evidence while using his conjecture argument? I'd say this middle part of the case is pretty bad because they needed pattern. Whilst I acknowledge prosecution is required to remain silent during summation examination, yet, because apparently we don't do the rules anymore. Must toast my learned friend utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Von Zieks? Let me guess. Curious photograph or whatever it is presented by the defense. So-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. Yes, just like my hearsay of a crook, a convicted crook. But it's exciting new forensic technique, developed by the great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Oh, certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. Please, my lord, if I may, Miss Usato. It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. I merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool which explain a possibility to ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints everyone has now seen. I am confused now by what the fuck is allowed and what isn't allowed. We're just making up rules here. Alright. Don't believe we can allow that, but I'm sure the jurors would agree. This is bizarre as shit. It'd be like me holding up a photo of the guy killing someone and be like, oh, it was a forgery. Or I mean, who knows when it was taken, and then it's dismissed as evidence, but all the jurors have seen it and they're like, what the fuck? Yeah. See, now everything's fucked now. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are so we can use that evidence, but we've tempered the jury. This is like such a meme now. Okay. Strange handprints seem to have a clue. Now it's not down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. I want to hear what the shady actor fellows say about those handprints. Agent A.G. Phoenix service around 23 months. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. Oh, wait, you heard his lordship. It's not fair, dinkum evidence. Fuck it. Fuck the law now. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Just one more juror changes his or mind. I don't get how number 4 hasn't changed. Natsume's trying to come to you. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, as you identified the clue after all. It's very much your success. Why, Mr. Shamsbury, you seem to be losing your composure. One more juror, Mr. Naruto. You can do it. Yay. Very well, continue, counsel. We have juror number 4, apparently. Believes the other guy more now. Man of logic. Just the results. Yes, doesn't come for free. Truth be told, teach search sketchy.
Hold it!
Oh, am I really gonna have to talk about the fucking tea being warm? Okay. Oof, we already did this, okay. Always have to check one of these divas coming up to its tricks. Nice. I have no idea. Wait, is this almost unbelievable? Is this new dialogue? So you might see unbelievable. It's happening all the time right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed. Very good, I will do. Clearly, what the fuck? What is the point of the summation? So that was what I had to do there. Wow, just to get that new line. Jesus. Okay. Clearly, it's a very involved subject. You all digress rather too much already. I concur, though. If my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, believe the subject will suit him well. Why didn't you just switch your vote, then? To your new career in nothingness. Thank you so much. Turn your attention to next year's assertion, please. Oh, never mind. Okay. That is pointless. Okay, this guy must change his vote now.
Hold it!
And it's poisoned. That's right, it's happened a tidy few times now. It's almost trouble indeed. Always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get it at tea time, see, and I see her doing it, my wife. Gets that devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder in my cup. Monks, you don't need that, and you drink it anyway. Brought up proper I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? God awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. And I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. Oh, so she doesn't even care to poison me properly. Unbelievable. Let's move on, please.
Hold it!
All the evidence you say. That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at Japanese man with the big mustache. What evidence? Okay, this must be new dialogue because I can't skip. Events just demonstrate another possible explanation for the events tonight in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's a new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. Numerous handprints on the wall clearly out of ordinary. Mr. Shamspeare indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe in that in question. Can't be denied the possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes. Won't deny it's playing on my mind. Prosecution rightly says, pay no heed to unacceptable forms of science, yes. Hey, that fellow's been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before. Doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? No. Can't make your case better. Not afraid I can't change my stance. No, you do make a very valid point, sir. What? Ah, that's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. You and your Japanese courts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Naruto, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? I'm going to show that Mr. Shamsi really did blow down the gas pipe night in question. It's important testimony, though. In truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory, however. There is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? Credible! Whose testimony? Yes. It's all connected, everything is linked. First thing is testimony revealed details about the gas scared of residents. I'm assuming it's Natsume, right? He said his thing went out.
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. This is Soseki Natsume himself. The defendant? Very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Natsume said the following. My lodgings, there's been a whole serious strange happening in my lodgings. In that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Lit my gas stove climbing into bed before long. The stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. The night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out, so I asked the court, is that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly! That Shamspeare fellow blew air in the gas pipe to make the man's stove go down on purpose. Hold your horses there, what would you do that for? Mr. Foreman, what is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed where this doubt remains. I mean, you could do the same logic. Why would this Japanese guy randomly kill this dude? It's true I don't have a conclusive evidence yet, or you must surely agree. More to this case than meets the eye. TSM win 3-1 or something, or is it just 2-1 right now? Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Oh, it's 1-2. Up they hands. You guys are saying TSM, but we're losing. Four jurors lean towards not guilty. Mullen overturned the decision, therefore. Defense calls for the trial to continue. Defense is rightfully indicated. Summation examinations conclude with a majority of jurors' alternative decisions. I mean, the chat will definitely tell you if they win or not. And then there'll probably be someone in chat be like, Odd One, join TSM Jungle again. So, yeah, if you want to see if TSM wins or loses, you probably should just watch it, because it's going to be 100% spoiled. There'll be a bunch of people saying, Odd One, why couldn't you be on the team right now, Pepe? And if there's not that, then it means we won. Okay. 2 members now called guilty. 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, a juror's opinion is conflicted and in accordance with the law of this land. Hereby order a continuation of the trial. Why is number 4 still whatever guilty? Mr. William Shamspeare. My lord, how can I, humble Shamspeare, serve thee? Let's say in response to various revelations made during the summation examination. God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. Poor Aunt Prince have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Oh, me! As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. Ugh. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against a wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
Prosecution must concede it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe, pheno lamp, and Shamspeare's room be examined. If there are traces of poison there, hope that's going to be evidence. So, what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. Call that an order check for the presence of poison in the liquid, right? Some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There we go. Only one possibility I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order, counsel. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was planned under? Are you serious? Answer couldn't be simpler. Now we unravel the mystery this far. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Seki Natsume. Gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, would be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in part of residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Outrageous. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. C'est toi. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, accused is the aggressor here. How can you still claim that? Exactly! I don't get the middle part. This entire, argument's based on a crook. Let us indulge your fancies for a moment. Assume there was indeed poison in the mouth of the gas pipe. The question then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? Only logical conclusion is the person responsible was unaware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. But by that logic, we should get him too then. That's seeming logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? Now we must ask, how could anyone have known Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison in the gas pipe in one's clear retaliatory attack. Could only have been the accused, Mr. Sasaki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamsier may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of potentially lethal poison attack. The only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. Defense counsel has theorized and has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now a clear motive for the poison is successfully established. That suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? How they managed to turn around me so rapidly? Naruto, you must respond, otherwise the members of the jury may very well change their leans against us again. This may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison in the gas pipe in Shamspear's room. I must say that person now absolved Mr. Natsume of guilt. Can we name the true culprit? What made sound impossible? Well, we failed to do that. No doubt Mr. Natsume's fate will be soon. I actually don't know this, I think. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence to poison, it's all point in particular person. Is it Olive Girl at this point? Prosecution calls for the jury to consider their lean-ins again. Oh, it is her. Fuck, I know who it is. Yeah, okay, it is. You made the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what. Pepe, it's not her. But I didn't want to bully her. Pepe Hens. There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. True culprit of this crime. What, the true culprit? Term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who's so-called true culprit of this crime?
Take that!
The wrong name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Miss Shamspears, I believe. Miss Olive Green. No, not white people, no! Miss Olive Green. Now we're just gonna bully her more. Pepe Hens. Because I heard that name in the recent past, Counsel. I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. Trying to think of the fucking, like, timeline. The timeline's so fucking weird. The first day we get off the boat, we have the McMagnus case, and then the day after is this, and then 4 days later is this case. Oh, no, 2 days later is the first Soseki case, or fuck, no, it's that one, okay. Whatever, anyway, an incident for which Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was comatose for 3 days, I believe. I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. Now you need to remind the court Mr. Shamspear's poison took place 3 days ago. Given that woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night of the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. So on the face of it, it seems she couldn't possibly be responsible still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison. And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense request should be brought into the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Oh, tell me, Mr. Shamspear. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. None lies for days. Should I look on Shamspear's face? Think perhaps he generally doesn't know her. What? At least by my name. Oh. It's voice for Her Majesty's prosecution. You adhere to my word. See my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. Appreciate that. Prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness to bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. Defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. Present time, I fear the prosecution's argument remains uncontested. They have no fucking argument. Their argument is atrocious. Poorly phrased, the defendant's culpability remains so subject to the court's attention as argument. Let's gloss over the fact that it's all based on testimony of the accused or the victim. Yeah, I don't know why he was in that hospital room talking to her. Let's finish. I'm pretty sure this is the last part. 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. Joy, jubilant jumping jacks. Masatsume, so pleased for you. Welcome, students, Mr. Nauro Esquire, non-locum juris Miss McCulpa Esquire. So finally, long last there can be proof that I'm an innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Good morning, my dear fellows. Herlock Sholmes, may you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. Thought the tea was innocent. Mr. Sholmes, you came out wonderful. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, very clearly time for luncheon. Scorn is written clearly across your face. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. Truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow for once I shall not oversleep. Rise early and be present at the court to support my companions. Such spirited determination is a beauty all its own, does it not? Yes. Begin to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? Answer me at once, so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Some astute insight into the matter. Yes. On realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. The results, by first sight, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking, and so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. Good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose are proved by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is a scientific method. Yes, and one more thing. You remember this? Nah, it's because, yeah, this game has less budget, but they also changed the way how Cord and Trial work, so they have to reuse the same units. It's because normally trials don't have 6 jury members they have to animate, so I'm assuming the reason why you get less witnesses is they were forced to animate a lot more people. Because yeah, usually in other Phoenix Wright games they call up way more people on the stand, but this game's weird because they have a jury as well. They have to create an anime. But this, the last game obviously has like no budget. There was poison Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to. A laborious task, but the bottle was near empty. Such inconvenience to do not hinder Sholmes. Managed to confirm that contains strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps so, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. She'll leave the bottle in your care now. By licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Bottle of poison. Could I have a word? Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. The music comes back. There we go. Don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. Look on your face. Let's say it's someone else you think is making a nuisance of himself. Dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Have results, Inspector. Investigation Mr. Shamspeare's room. Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. What do you mean? The man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Shamspeare's room. Man by the name of Alias Selden. Right through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... Well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye. What, Inspector? What? copied out the relevant parts for you so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Wow. These documents. This is the poison we need so much about. Strychnine. Only a few remnants on the bottom of the ball here. Look. Must be tempted to try, and of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. No, even if we lose this trial, time to drink it. Look, look, look. Let's lose the trial in the first place, Naruto. Make up your minds. Sad song. "18 counts murder, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes was in prison. His final moments witnessed by a cellmate. Estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot still remains unrecovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester Stranger prison announced death for committing murder. Burglar son natural cause. Early hours this morning, suffering from fever since the end of October. Lured by shots, his fellow inmate medical staff arrived to find him already dead. Forced capital punch carried out. I like how Gregson's like, well, not gonna tell you who the cellmate's name is. Even though he clearly should have that info and we know who it is. Could be anyone. Could even be someone you know. Yeah. Cellmate's part of the Shakespeare guy. These documents. Clear the details are in the newspaper we found in Shamspeare's room. I don't understand why it doesn't tell me the cellmate's name. Monka, who could it possibly be? Rearrange everything in the court record, don't have duplicate information. We're giving us a copy of an important file, though. Oh, you're the ones you turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Making sure things get handled in proper fashion, yes, good old Scotland Yard way. Scotland Yard's workings are wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, inspect here is a shining diamond in its crown, shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Call to the defense and defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the colored gallery, not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Rather tired to see Mr. Mustache from Flutter Tears personally, so best of luck to you. Welcome to Naruto Esquire, yes, Mr. Natsume. It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. It's gonna be the final battle. No more days of trial. Yes, we have to bully the big person. I want to really save Soseki-san until we expose the whole truth of everything that's going on, but she's gonna go to jail. The dilemma, Pepe Hens. And you guys are like, meh, she's fat. She deserves it. No! It's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Rinosuke. You have to. No! She's gonna go to jail for attempted murder. Damn you people. Damn you people. You guys are clapping yay to the guillotines. Ha! They need a bigger platform, sir. The Old Bailey courtroom. Her Majesty the Queen hereby declare this court be in session again now. Court recess heard a most stern accusation from the defense, namely the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. I thought the guillotine usually does it in a clean swipe, right? I believe the reason why it was made was because the executioner with the axe would, he didn't have enough strength a lot of the time to kill the person. So it'd get fucking stuck and then he'd have to do that. I'm assuming it was brutal. I can't believe people watched that and probably clapped. Woo! Dude, oh shit, I fucked up the first one. Let me do it again. Dude, oh my god, he's twitching. One more time, guys. Dude. Christ. Reckless, rash, and prejudice charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord, however. Prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer to dubious eastern shores. Thank you. That backhanded consideration. Not a cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, must say. Lord Von Zeeks is the new witness present ready to take the stand. waited in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Oh, bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only. Why is he on the stand? That I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling, really. Hopeless failure is 2 weeks period dementia is no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Shakespeare, my lord, I am thy humble servant. Pray that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. Miss Green. Yes. You're aware of the reason you've been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. Said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And you accept the charge, Miss Green. I don't know anything about any poisoning. Wow. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Well, let's proceed with the matter at hand, and ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. Well, very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? Barely ever go to the East End anyway. So happens I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. The night this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life. I was unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside Garrideb household. And Sarah rendered you unconscious for 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, though no fault of my own, and now I am under suspicion. What other irrelevant things must I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Oh, your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to be connected with Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings, Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why I'd like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no. Incident 6 days ago, you mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Yes, unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. Of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shakespeare. Yeah, but what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. This fight with honor. 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it had me just outside the house where the men in the case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. First time I'd been in the area, I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. I was admitted straight to the hospital. I knew nothing about all this business. Second incident inside a week that we believe aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this most unfortunate coincidence. You know, say we're not in your room, Mr. Shakespeare. It was the following morning when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of law make on the floor above mine. Seki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, but it does seem though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. Something lurking in the shadows here proves certain, and this is my one and only chance to expose it. Well, it's me to cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. "6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I walked along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in the case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve which saw speaker, for I bespoke my supper. First time I've been in the area, I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. It's straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. That's a blight. We don't have her testimony yet. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. Nothing really, it's not worth mentioning. You remember you mentioned to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. No, rat! We can save the rat! We can save the rat! No! Go back in time! Why can't we use the jury system in Apollo Justice? Save the rat! Push the rat out of the way. No! Sir Ratley's hands. I heard someone behind her back. We can go back in time and save the rat! Save the rat, save the world. Yes, exactly. No! Oh, we were so close. Remember, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me.
Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be, that is the question. Pray forgive me, the great bard's word springeth from me if never thought. Don't tell me, it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Miss Green's words a moment ago soon make you think of something of relevance, perhaps. Well. Right now you saw it was nothing at all. Certainly you know the name now, Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would if it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sir. My lodging fellows are rarely known to me. You haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Miss Green? Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Card was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Continue your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Hold it!
Tavern, you say, which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did Tara. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Von Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality, at least. Not an establishment you expect to be patronized by a man not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu less premium crusted bread and glasses of water and different levels of cloudiness. Expected grub scrubbery bed and local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas. Rather soupy water and pea-like mush. Oh, equally appetizing. Just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. Specific reason why I had to go to that particular establishment agreed, and the fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally does stand out. Shakespeare's own actions on day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. Wonder if we have some evidence to explain these actions. Shamspear? Yes, sire. Day in question, is it not the case you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? Very particular reason. I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. Very well, I'll present the court of evidence. This explains why I had to beat the Slug and Salad that day, namely.
Take that!
We'll go to ratio, there are more things in heaven than earth. Oops. Oh, I didn't fucking, oh my god, I didn't look at it, then dropped in your philosophy. Ratio. It's line from Shakespeare's play Hamlet, Mr. Naruto. Your line from the great Shakespeare from this Mr. Shamspear, the message is the same. I learned Epon's friend is wide of... Wait, wide of the mark. Okay, highly surprising it was witness up too slowly, quotes. Wonder if there's perhaps evidence. Yes, yes. Oh my god. Discussers return to witness testimony, please. Gladly would thy bidden do, Horatio. Envelope isn't ripped open rather carelessly, has it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspond more neatly than that. Yes, we already know. What is it? This message was delivered there, and then Olive Green took it later. The way the envelope is torn, I'm sure I've seen the exact shape somewhere. You don't mean... Are you thinking of this piece of evidence, Naruto? Yes, exactly, that's it. And try to match them up. Are you serious? It's like super easy, yes. Go together perfectly. A torn up piece of envelope clearly belongs to this card. There we go. Updated.
Hold it!
I don't know if you can just present evidence without pressing here.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. To Shamspear, actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing. Exactly as described in this note. I just find it hard to believe it's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear? Was she walking towards Bourbon Books? I'm trying to remember how that case. Or was she walking away? Because I know she visited Mr. Natsume before going to the pub or whatever. But wasn't she stabbed? Wait, oh, never mind. It's because the body was moved. Okay, never mind. It doesn't even matter anymore. It's because the body was moved. Yeah, she was. Yeah, okay. I think she was going north on the road. She just exited Natsume's. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the body was on the other side. Okay. Oh, you Shamspear. Yeah, I believe she was at. Yeah, she was at the apartment at 5. Took all the evidence and then was walking out. Then when she got stabbed. Well. Seriously, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green. That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? May I perjury? I'd like to make something clear about that card. Very well then, you may amend your testimony. Your details about a peculiar note. So note was delivered to me, my address, nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Well, perjury time. Boom, boom, boom.
Objection!
Wow, that was quick. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. Upon carrying the instructions in the note, you find yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. You know what? I don't like this white people anymore. Make fun of her then. Alright, no longer defending fat people. Fuck this bitch. Terrible, if it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. Torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? It's Mr. Shamspear's room. In my room. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Oh well. Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salon Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th, and so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? You, Miss Green. I love how the blonde girl in the first game is in jail for perjury. And I don't know when she gets out. Like, when is she gonna get out? I don't understand. When they finally fucking put someone in jail, the poor fucking 17-year-old girl goes to jail. I don't fucking understand. Poor girl. She gets fucking taken out. What did I do? Torn off end of the envelope proves. No, it was originally in Shamspear's room. How is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There's only one explanation. You broke into Shamspear's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke, I mean, thou were in my room. What on earth do you want with me? See, not both witnesses need to testify again. Ugh. Miss Green. Yes. Of course, I have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for suffering of recent events. And when found to be given false testimony, any court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Oh, please. Yes, I know. Very well then, witness, you give formal testimony again now. I mean, they do punish people. They punish the fucking 17-year-old girl. So it's not an empty threat, Monkus. If she can be punished, anyone could be punished. On subject, curious knowledge regarding the note Miss Green claims you received. Yeah, she lied under duress. Off with her head, as you guys say. Or off with her head, sir. Or whatever you yokels say. Kill 'em all, sir! If one girl lies, everyone lies, sir! I do remember now, it was a week ago, per adventure, the note was delivered unto me. On the day we were to therein, I did tarry along out the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came, and thereafter on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into the man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Okay, this testimony is weird. Oh, you now claim to receive this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear? Perjury? Fuck it. Faith to soul, my lord! I was sure to set upon my table in my humble lodgings, yet clear to me now since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, I appear your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair, you think I'm the one lying. Beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said. Fledgling artists don't lie. No, it was delivered to me at my address, besides. We all know who the liar around here is. That's true, Miss Green. Let me explain the facts. The evidence. Part of envelope was without question found in Shamspear's room. I don't see why I should explain. Then you're fucking arrested, sorry. I'm a fledgling artist. My job here, this is getting dumber and dumber. My job here is to say what happened, that's all. My job, your job, to give explanations and the proofs. We do have evidence. It's the same fucking letter. Fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is only over learning the truth. Oh, counsel. I'm ready, my lord. Well then, defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Shamspear's room, there can be no question of that. That's how she acquired the note, yes. Two facts are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. Do you remember a week ago, prevention was delivered to me, the day with therein, I tried along out the Slug and Sad, nobody came. After an evening I shared company with the Japanese, so I did see note had vanished. I mean, it's like I stuck in this man's room, did you? Why would I? Find the villain here, and that's torn off a piece of the envelope. I don't know. I don't know why she's saying he's a villain here, because they don't know each other, but...
Hold it!
Seems that the snow was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. Can't think of any way it could have happened except for you breaking into Shamspeare lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? Here we go. Why? But in Miss Green's possession of a note would appear to defy logic. However, until unless your involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Yet there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. If there's some other reason she broke into his lodging zone. Yes, pursue that idea, Mr. Nardo. We're close now. Feel it. Close to a breakthrough. I like how we don't have the note.
Hold it!
Note that has both their names on it. Don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted fee, this legend doth really cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel of seraph, birds do harmonize with my song, the wind doth frolic on my wing, oh pity. Where though dost thou accuse me one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so, Dwang. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy, thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, I less enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Nardo, interject with a clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I am no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Sato. As far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence, yes. Miss Green did in fact break into Shamspeare room, isn't it? That's where she found this letter, yes. Two more or less foregone conclusions leading to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying, yes. I'm afraid to say. How come in this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely.
Hold it!
What exactly notice had gone missing? Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, he didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing in the tower and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. As it appeared, the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. Yet during the time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things in Miss Shamspeare's room. Ah, yes. Of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give me a satisfying explanation how you came by the note. I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Von Zeke's getting at? I mean, the chick's clearly in contempt, yes.
Objection!
Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle, and though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry strat, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. Strychnine, whatever. Strychnine, the very same poison afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Ah. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason alone. Cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Shamspeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room to... May seem incredible to the court. From the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shanspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. White people, Pepins, oh dear, off with her head, sir! Oh dear me, another woman, sir! We can execute her! You guys love that, won't you? Kill 'em all. Oh, and it's a blonde woman? Fuck it, kill 'em all, sir. Order, counsel. You seriously suggested this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord, there's no other way to explain the facts. Green did indeed set the Sullius trap 6 days ago when the victim had put his mouth on the pipe that very evening as expected. Attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. It's because Saseki wasn't in the house. Perhaps not, my lord. Beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on the county incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing in that time. Lord Von Zeeks. And of course, the following morning there was more activity in Mr. Shanspeare's address. More activity. Yes, you mean his fellow lodger Natsumi being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right, and as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Sensor was meddling with the gas pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas in Natsumi's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. Once Mr. Natsumi had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. Circumstances Shamsui had no reason to blow air in the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. He needed the tamp of the gas removed, the poison pipe lay dormant. And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Miss Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial which man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted. As a result, Mr. Natsume returned into his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. On that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out. Mr. Shanspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present in the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. With that new understanding, it becomes clear this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? Court will recall that the note gave instructions of its second silent at 5 o'clock. The recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. Sure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly while you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say, that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. After she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in the room. It's sort of silly that, yeah, he left the letter at home or whatever. You'd figure he'd take it with him. No one's saving white people. You guys only save hot people. What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Who are you? Why'd you try to kill me? Screen's motive should be obvious. Wow. I'll tie it with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this. Sure, you're apparent to understand what the court believes, counsel. Which person behind the woman's murder for attacking the victim's life? Duncan was a loser, alright? 38, period of fuel, 23. Just looking at their ages. He was weak. Duncan Ross was a loser! Stop it, sir! Loser! Duncan Ross. That's right, before the defendant, Mr. Natsume took a residence in the lodge in the garret, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross, if I knew I heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, and the man died in strange circumstance at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague. Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claim was strung by the convict's curse or such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shanspeare blowing in the gas pipe, causing a gas leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Oh, no evil fat woman. Ma'am, white people? I'm the villain. But what do you know? World is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. It's an interesting story they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? May not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understand that you now accuse both parties, counsel, each on different counts of murder? Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Helen so deeply, it appears. My pledge and learned friend. Taken in a lungful of dubious gas causes a judgment. Why is he objecting to this? What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare want to kill these lodgers, as you say? Because my fucking client is now innocent, because Miss Green's going to jail. Okay. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Like, we don't even need a motive at this point, because we know, or we've established that he's trying to kill Natsume in the same way. Like, he's the only other person who could have killed him that way. That's right, my Reaper, my liege. I've been slighted. To lies, all lies, I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. She pulls out her knife. I'm the villain. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
You broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry. You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, no tyranny, no rotundity of the woman. In any case, whenever I leave my room, do turn the key in the lock. All places fallen apart. The locks and the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman. We will consider your trespass on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Let's lift Electras from Starwalk back 2 years. I spotted the note I sent him lying on the floor. Then I went to pick it up. I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh? Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside, we found a newspaper cut and a photograph and an empty tin box. Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it. What was that at? Yes. Key, this rather nice key. Ah. Key to the box of £1,000. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. You killed poor whatever his name was in jail. Selden. Poor Selden. It's like, hey friend, I will trust you with this key as he gets smothered by a pillow. Natural causes, of course. Was that witness? What did you say? You inherited it. What's all this about? He inherited that key after smothering poor Selden. Obviously important to you since you got such a length to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. What if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back to this minute. Give it to me! Calm yourself, witness. Mr. Shamspeare has tried in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspeare at first. So everything we now know, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? You need to recall every piece of evidence. I mean, it would be easier if Dixon or Grayson, you know, put the cellmate's name, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. In that case, counsel, I demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What do you say explain the motivations of Shamspeare's alleged crimes? Do we even have the newspaper? I think the newspaper article got pushed into it.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Selden? Now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, I know this, certainly. The room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. Oh, I see. So happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. Some 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Yes, of course. Come back to me now. It's written in his file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. It seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden trusts that inmate with the most closely guarded secret. Location of the stolen loot and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Ah, you mean this key is... The Shamspeare was you, wasn't it? You were the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? False charge, I tell you, a false charge. Name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. A simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the band be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So it all comes out. Yes, and I'm gonna establish that. All Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. He was let out of prison following Selden's death. He made immediately for the Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room, and when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Seki Natsume, defendant of this case no less. So he decided to use the plow of the gas again, didn't you, Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and average reason, to get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You, finish him. Looks like I'm gonna snap it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen. I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Did he pull it out of his ass? Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspear. Couldn't he have broken into the room? Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Like, Olive Green got into his room. Why doesn't he, you know, just fucking have Natsume go out or something? Is mine. Like, why don't he just do the same plan like Olive Green did? Just fucking put a message under his door. What did he just say? It's mine, not loot. It's mine. Shamspear. It's all lies, lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? No, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here. Remember me too. Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I don't admit to it. There's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me for the time being, anyway. Barely, you can arrest a victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Can we just say not guilty for Natsume and then move on here instantly? I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. I can almost taste it now. Really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. The man is guilty through and through. Seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however you press him, will never admit to what he's done, Naruto. Duh. Here's a way. What? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. Fine plan, were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death. Scotland Yard, mean off Scotland. Another case closed, gentlemen. Sir, there's something here. Case closed, gentlemen. But there's clearly something under the floorboard. Did I not say? Okay, fucking Scotland fucking Yard here. If there's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. The cat is probably the key. Alright, the cat came out of the wall. Oh, conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. What? Okay, if only. If only there was some way we could find the convicts so quickly. This final piece in the complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Rather, I think we may well have some that can help us find where the loot is hidden. Wow. My lord, yes, counsel. Defense would like to make a proposal. How about how to find the late convicts in there? We are already in possession of something that could give us a clue to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already and definitely paid off then. Very well, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall? Oh, are we talking about the handprints? Jeez.
Take that!
Oh, not mistaken. Those are Mr. Shamspear's handprints on the wall of his legends where he, you know, did the deed. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result defense independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science. So is this allowable? Is it not allowable? I'm like lost. Whatever. Fuck it. Great detective. Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think he's the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspear. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah, this Sherlock Sholmes himself. What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are filthy back streets of the capital, are you not? Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. So your complexion has worsened since we last met, Mr. Sholmes. He does know Lord Von Ziegsan well enough to say something like that in any case. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues in the case already. Clues, you say? Call them skin prints, my lord. And that identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's a method which we are able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities are. You only a small sample of some of the individuals previously touched make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, use the teacup you've been holding elementary. Now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. What I'm going to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time. The key, maybe. There after Mr. Shun, the convict was arrested. He was living in what is now Seki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Seldon's loot that's hidden in the old room. But I don't think... Wouldn't there be like a ton of fingerprints on the key then? Need someone as Seldon's owner to create an indicator solution to find his loot. Something the convict own happens to be in possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Naruhodo, your powers of reason appear to be on the up. Which particular person do you have in mind? When can we obtain a possession of a convict Seldon? Like, did he? Oh, whatever. Like, I'm assuming by this point, like, it's so contaminated, because, like, let's say it was in his ass or something, because he somehow hid it in his possession in the prison, on Capitol or on death row, and then he gave it to the fucking other guy who probably put all his hands on it, and then fucking Olive Green now has it, and, like, probably put her paws on it, and then there you go. Like, there's no fucking Seldon whatever unless he put it in his ass and we're getting that. Like, I don't even know. This thing must be, like, contaminated like crazy. Me? What do you want with me? Key around your neck, if you please. Sorry. Key belonged to Seldon. Any remnants of secretions from the man's skin on the surface we can use. And how long ago was this? This is like over a month, like, I don't even know. Okay, whatever. And it was probably in his ass, let's be honest. He hid it in prison on death row. How the fuck do you do that? So it was probably up his ass somewhere, because I don't know where else you could hide it without someone knowing. It's either inside his fucking mouth or it's his up his ass. So we'll just assume it was in his rectum or something. Yes. Jesus, it's probably really dirty. I don't know. Sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required Mr. Sholm's skin print seeker. I know exactly what Seldon touched in the room that he used to rent. As his chancer is one great to another, I assure you. The late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in this former legends. I shall uncover it no more than 30 minutes. I mean, we could... I don't know when the powder started being used for fingerprints, but we could just spam it all over the room. And there should be like a random spot that shouldn't have prints, but I have no idea when it was, when that method was developed. But we don't need specific prints. We just need to know. It's like a keypad. You don't need to have like a fingerprint. You just need to know where hands have been. Yeah. No, it's not that you need the prints of a dead guy. You just need to have prints on wherever the hell it is. Yeah, just find the spot. Okay. Truth is wealth in our grasses and as such, and we'll never get your hands on Seldon's stolen wealth. In that case, is she gonna eat it? I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give me the key to me. The detective shan't have it. It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No, no. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, Shamspear. Despair. Be thy name. He's dead, sir. If anything, I'm the victim. I was poor. Is that a crime, Pepe Hens? I was poor. I was born poor. Damn you people. Never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to gas him until he died. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's hall of stolen goods. After you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. As the landlord, of course, I pleaded with him. He refused. Why? 3 months behind with the rent. Duh! For one thing. Daredevil really has a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign a new lease. That's the only one unfortunate timing. And 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. If I remember rightly, Sholem spent the whole day in there reading books. Couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume quit and returned to his room, once again tried to trick a blown air into the gas pipe feeds the stove into his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, the action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Well, execute her too. Goodbye. First, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. Never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. I love you. Let us spend life together forever. Gas supply New Lodge complete disaster, you know, Olive. Gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. Say it's a convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place tomorrow though. There's spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? Don't worry, what's one night? Last time we ever spoke, that very night he fell victim to the gas. Don't worry, I've important information for us tomorrow. But let me sleep on it for a little bit. Only knowing what was going to happen, I insisted he left that horrible room that instant. Instead, all I've been left with was bitter regret. I stopped going to school. Something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache come out of the house one day I was there. He walked up to the road, grub scrubbery for some food. See? He constantly goes out. See? He could have easily just broken into the room and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. Place it's cursed, I tell you, cursed. Ghost of the convict used to live there. He's trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. Pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. How could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? I mean, the thing is, like, the landlord wouldn't let him swap rooms, so why even kill the Japanese guy? Because he's not going to get the room. And then, yeah, there's going to be another fucking police presence there. Is he just going to keep doing that until he gets, like, extra time? And I remembered a rumor that I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. Rumor, you mean? Yes, everyone's heard the stories, it seems, how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blown air into the pipework. That's when it started, a little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. That just wouldn't go away. It's really an accident, though. Once I had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. plagued me day in, day night. So I bought this. One of the black markets in East End. Black market? Never been, I just heard people talk about them. You really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? Chosen method of establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. It wasn't highly effective. The guy didn't die. Spray poison on the gas pipe you suspect a man of temper with when wait. Mr. Shamspeare is innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. Now that the name of the man is suspected, William Shamspeare. Let him roam this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to Slug and Cell in Briar Road, 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else. I mean, I'm assuming there's a reason why this case shouldn't be published, but we'll see. It's probably near the end. Don't tell anyone else the letter of the meeting, matter of utmost importance. He'd done it, I knew I would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. I waited to see if it worked. Of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter. Worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. Smeared a good amount of poison and all around the mouth of the pipe. Time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done and the culprit would get just desserts. I hope to be banned in hell. Villain fat people. I'm the villain. You guys all thought she was jolly. She's anything but. Oh yeah, the watch party tomorrow is the third Evangelion movie. We have to watch that apparently. Watch the fourth, so fourth one will be the week after. "3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, the affair seemed relatively straightforward. Finally, get him out of here. Never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. Been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Finally, oh yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we've reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green, yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, death penalty, you tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood and the subsequent attempt murder of Soseki Natsumi here present. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Yesterday at the hospital, you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle. I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. It's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, glad of your being here, Miss Green. Too bad you'll be in prison for life. I like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. You remind me of old Duncan Pepe Hens. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Miss Green. Soseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. Court declares you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. For may I call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict. It's weird because the jury wasn't even. This case was like written without. I don't know. It was like weird. You could have done this case without the jury. The jury was useless here. The jury stopped talking after the last examination. Full agreement, my lord. Yeah, the jury was fucking completely like pointless to the case. They probably wrote this case and they're like, shit, we need the jury somehow. Yeah. That one jury member could have been called as a witness instead, the gas lady. Yeah. There's no point having the jury in that case. You're about to declare defendant not guilty. Whoa, whoa. We're hanging 2 people. Oh, whoa. Half price on refreshments. Whoa. Oh, I gotta get a good seat to the guillotine. Or is there the gallows? Oh. High fiving each other. Woo. I mean, maybe it's a 3-for-1. Whoa! Ah, we'll need a bigger one, sir. Old Bailey Defense Antechamber. Yes, yes, at last. Fine justice duly done. Divine justice? Dear fellow, if there's any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this... nothing to do with my mustache. Some say the luxuriant mustache sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Locum sum narrow Esquire, once again. Once again you saved me from doom. Very aptly been able to help, Mr. Esquire. Congratulations on your acquittal. First acquainted with the gift they gained affection for English literature was in a great homeland empire. And then by a twist of fate I was brought to a land that bore the fruit of literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. Good old books feels okay. Such a difficult time, haven't you? Don't worry, I have video games and you guys have your stupid gachas. Yay! We could live, but gacha? A week ago now. Dragged you out of the dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and you have seen more of life this week than all my years to date. First time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that so far have been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. Dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I started to see that, and I've come to understand something. Worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. Made me see, whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said, I've come to feel the same way. Made a decision too. Going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Guess we're gonna become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. I know, it does tug at my heartstrings, really, it does. Outside, I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, we create our own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful. Well, no, I mean... I wouldn't presume to call it literature. I know, what is the precisely definition, Mr. Mustache? I suppose you're right, yes. Well, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. Okay, then I'd love to read your work. Is that how it is? No. All things considered, maybe for the best. After all, you'll once again emerge victorious from battle with the Reaper. Ah, that's very true. No salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is prosecutor. So I return both says perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes. This is such a terrifying prospect. I would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it. Objection. This case found ourselves embroiled 6 months ago now. Seki-san didn't read in Japan. Submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report. Thus Mikoto would promptly visit the Scotland. Barely any time later, Sato-san was given news she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. One possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. This is so lazy, so the trial has nothing to do with anything. Alright, here we go. The day that we uncovered the loot, hidden by Alcanario, now deceased conflict in his former lodgings. What is it? What is it? Here we go. What's in the box? What's in the box? The box. This is it. 24 February 2013. What's in Al Capone's vault? What's in the fucking box? As I pull a gun. Give me the box! Give me the goddamn box! Well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. Cover the secret item placed in just one day. Is it supposed to take 30 minutes? I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Winnicky Gregson. Pharisees and happily much in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily, I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. That's where the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. What's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then if you're ready, says Amulet Burgos Hall. Yeah, the skin print thing doesn't even fucking matter. You just pour powder everywhere and find any fingerprints. And you look at a spot that shouldn't have prints. Like the fucking roof, yeah, okay. You don't even need his skin prints. You could have just labeled everything. Yeah, just toss powder everywhere. What is that? It's crown jewels. Looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. Collar, it's huge though. Collar gemstones in it. Yes, see it was claimed to be worth thousand pounds. I could have it as a belt. Have you noticed on the inside there? There's some ketchup stains, yes. Ooh, ketchup. I don't think. Could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thought, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's this emblem here. Large letter B, wow, and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. Feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know. Where could it have been? It's enough of that, I think. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the colors drained from his face. Oh, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? It should be valuable evidence after I must be kept safely under lock and key. Oh, yes. Get your grubby hands out, did you lot? Hand it over, now. Case closed. Never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable, but that's not what had stood out the most to me. At least not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains, could they really have been blood? Yes, you idiot. No, it's ketchup. I love eating ketchup with this collar on. That was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. But that, it was all pointless. Very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use the basis of this one story in the magazine. This case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. History of the Knife in the Mist and the Mustached Man and the Convict's Curse, perhaps. Could make it a two-part story. Can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry. You can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes. Wow.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Yeah. Wait, is 2.1 Raiden or whatever? Does she use a catalyst? Because yeah, I haven't done a weapon better yet, but I definitely need a catalyst or a claymore for 5-star weapons. Pole arm again. Fucking A. I don't even know. No, I'm not even that far in the story. But I see. Okay. Great Departed Soul. Final chapter. Alright, let me start some music and we'll be right back. Turn of the Great Departed Soul.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the
Businessman
case.
saw no. He's dead, sir.
And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Yay.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
No, maybe I'd be the guy in the crowd be like, "You're mad, Devin!" Please, as if that would work.
Horse-drawn
You're mad.
carts will
You're
be
mad.
to the motor car.
You're mad!
Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
Madness! I pull a gun on him. You're mad! A car that moves about a horse? You're mad.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Oh, screw us all. You doom
A
us all.
man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity
Yeah,
and
you can
beamed to
volunteer.
another location. Whereupon his body
He's
will be
evil.
reassembled by a series of
He's
complex
fucking
calculations
nuts.
exactly as it was before.
Well, he's dead by Behance.
In but a few moments from now, these gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
You're mad!
Yes, yes! Whoa!
You're mad!
Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Please! Oh, that's not what I wanted!
Me. Told you he's a heretic. The council forbid it and he defied us. Council always says no to anything new, and he defied us. This is why. We're not really listening. Sorry, Who's that, Iris? What's the matter with you? I was away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, it's not at all. What are we talking about again? Today's beautiful and it's a great expedition again. Yes, a great expedition. I'd like to go somewhere. Time. Really not your usual self today. Seem very down. Why don't you get early? Did you say something, Iris? Gosh, you're even more down. When did you ride Mr. Naruhodo? Am I gonna bring it back while he does punches? Okay, I'll be right back while this music plays. Boof boof time. Okay, let me go get my drink now, finally. Oh yeah, I should probably switch the, what is it? The art. Okay, I'll switch the, costumes as well then, if you guys want. And go back to the old, Sherlock. No more bare chest Sherlock. Okay. Right back. I'll change Holmes' outfit. Oof, oof. JNG thing is working at 22 minutes. I think that thing was disconnected. So I have the stupid headset on, but I don't think I heard a lot of the notifications. I did say, but yeah, we'll see. I don't know how long this case is. Yeah, it's funny. Someone was mentioning he does a animation where he pushes something up on his sleeve, but apparently the guys making this costume forgot. So it's like really weird when he does that animation. Yeah, I think they forgot. Yeah, they forgot to give him an armband on this costume. Yeah, they could have put an armband. I'm pretty sure they just forgot. They didn't realize. Yeah, he pushes something. New ponies. There is no side whatever. Fine, we can leave her specifically. Let me see. It doesn't really matter. I personally don't like this uniform because it's too generic and, I mean, like, plain, I guess. Keep going. We just might as well go all the way. You guys suck. I mean, this game, like 3DS games, like struggle, and then I don't even know how much this sold. I'm assuming this one sold horribly, sadly, and that's why the series has been dead for 4 years. Hey, Mr. Naruto. I've been here about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here. Oh, 'cause breakfast. I just kind of made it clear that I couldn't have been so much I didn't know your presence. Thanks. As I do used to reason perfectly well with simple observations, what? Let's say yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning, while it's unruly spikes, clearly can deduce therefore that. Let me stop there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I see where this is going. Hair always looks like this. It always has. I mean, ever since we first met in fan. Another problem is Ryunosuke. Like, what do we even know much about him? Aside from the Kazuma thing. Yeah, so unlike, say, Phoenix Wright, like, you don't really get to know him much currently. So, yeah. So, there's a chance the sequel would fail, because he's just some guy right now to us. So, yeah, Phoenix Wright has, like, more popularity. They have to, like, have Phoenix Wright try to carry Apollo Justice or whatever. Wait, did they? Fuck. Oh no, I'm trying to remember the names of Phoenix Wright 5 and 6. Because I think people thought it was weird because Apollo Justice had the name in the 4th game. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Phoenix had Miles and Lair. How did you miss that backstory? They literally spammed it in the first game. their little promise or some shit? How did you not? And then all the Larry Butts things, yeah. How did you guys not know the story of Phoenix and Star? They had the fucking, was it the promise of Larry and fucking Miles? Yeah. What the hell? How did you guys miss this part? Okay. Yeah, that's stupid, yeah. Okay. Ever since, and the fact that he became a lawyer because of that, yes, there we go. How did you guys miss the Naruto level flashbacks on it? How did you guys miss that part? How did you, yeah. Okay. Because Ryunosuke, aside from the Kazuma thing, yeah, not much has happened sadly. Well, interesting, doesn't look like a haircut is such as sports. But I mean, like, if you're trying to market this game, like, you need like a character that sells the game. So Phoenix was like the character for like several games. Cross my mind recently, it's been 6 months now, and Miles Edgeworth obviously had to carry the investigation games. 6 months, and I've forbidden from working in court. I've been wondering how much longer I'm gonna be banned. Oh wow, that would explain why you seem rather glum. You agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Actum open. But yeah, the problem is if the first game in this series doesn't do well, that means the second one's guaranteed to have pretty bad sales. Because yeah, you don't have Phoenix or Miles or something trying to carry it. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? Seems to be more down the dumps than me. I know, the Great Exhibition is open. I think he'd be excited. Why don't we all go see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So I'm bored on some tricky case you can't be distracted from his at it. I remember hearing that you're working on a case early. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. And 6 months ago. Half a year ago now. Took on the defense of a young girl in trial out at the Old Bailey. First seemed like a simple case of murder took place in a London pawnbrokery. Turned out to be one part of a more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. Situation's utterly deplorable, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. Set upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. I mean, technically I should be banned, fucking Von Zeke should be banned, like he should be punished too, but I guess I'm assuming he did. In the end, I had the right to represent people in court revoked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure both of us would be revoked, because we encouraged it. Told I had to spend my time in research and studies, that's what I've been doing. Haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes of British law up in your room and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Prue and Iris' special blends of tea fetch my daily bread for me. I'm somewhat of a man servant around here. Starting a silverware next, Master Naruto. I'm thinking I'm gonna ask the powers to be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall, Mr. Not a Villain. Delightful Lord Chief Justice, not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. Can't do that sitting around here. Well, London's swept in this great exhibition, hasn't it? Most advanced science, most modern technology, finest works of art, and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things. The world will be watching. Oh, and do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on, do you mean those things? Fly? Yes, of course, they fly high in the sky, don't even need wings to do it. All you need to do is hot air, but how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? Makes no sense. Can't understand it at all. We have a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first, but in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. I mean, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong in the open experimentation stage yesterday. Apparently, there was a huge explosion. So I wish I'd seen it though. I don't see how bad some of these scam experiments really are, says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of the paper carries some article or other about the Great Expedition. The brighter the things shine, the darker the shadows that cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, the impenetrable as my proper atmosphere. Great Expedition newspaper isn't entered in a court record. Shadows cast behind, is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Your gloomy mood. He was an Irish guy that made it rich, okay? How many Irish people you know that are rich? Like, McGilded made it, and then we killed him. It was a conspiracy. Can't allow an Irish person to get out of poverty. Damn you. Investigating a particularly tricky case that was Mr. Sholmes. Annie had a park. It can't be evil. You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add. That's not like you. Case of which. Quiet, Mr. Naruto. Let's not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. Acting very strangely, Hurley. I mean, Iris. Usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. It's really a case that's bothering you. Our space must exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without an invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. Say that, do you, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind, once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Periodic on the front page is news about the Great Expedition, published experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits around the globe. It's also positive hope of the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. What assassin? Lord Von Zeeks and compatriot cornered. Ooh, lost cat. So many glowing reports about a Great Expedition have been going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. The Reaper assassin. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? Assassin. Reaper attacked. Sword Von Zeeks must be what Mr. Sholmes is talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? My cat! What about the cat? I want to know about the lost cat! In the paper Lord Von Zeeks was attacked, that's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Beric Von Zeeks. Say that the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case. There's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper is someone in his sights, one way or another, the person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Thus find evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges, but even such devious tactics, these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. You've experienced yourself, haven't you, now, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless, quite unafraid to die. Leader among their fraternity seem to have been taken by the Reaper. Retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has never ended to supply such scoundrels, so... Lord Von Zeeks has been attacked like this before. This isn't the first time. Quite an accomplished combatant, you know? Doesn't take these attacks lying down, although... Seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Monkagun, oh my goodness, is he alright then? Da 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 da. Get 'em, boys. Is Lord Von Zeke's hurt? My dear fellow Onwolf, what I know. In an article here it says, what Lord Von Zeke's in his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow morning. Fuck that shit. Fuck this clickbait shit. Chapter 13, someone strong, welcome back 2 months. Need to be patient then. Fuck you. There'd just be a bunch of people at the hospital all yelling, see, ask. I can't wait till tomorrow. In case you try to inquire of somebody in the know. But who? Oh, it's Strongheart, perhaps. Well, I must be leaving, I misunderstood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. You really are ashamed to sire sometimes, my dear fellow. I think one problem with the costumes is they're always in it, right? So when they change costumes, yeah. Well, you don't notice. Seem to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. Thought I didn't cross my mind, now I'm wondering where you're going. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh, then I'll see you later indeed. Listen, me still laughing on his way out of the door. Fuck. Oh. Right then, Rune, let's get going. What is that awful outfit, Iris? What are you wearing? Got changed to go to the Great Expedition. You're gonna take me. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Sounds fun too. You're gonna take me there then. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course, as Supreme Court will go see the Great Expedition. Isn't it TSM EG? Is it EG Dig? Those four? So yeah. It's 22nd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Where's Dig already at? I thought it was IMT and Guardians are out, right? Okay. Well, it's 6 months now since I was last here. Some things never change. Oh, don't give me that. You guys just wanted to reuse every fucking background you could. Alternates from Starlock back 3 years. What? I thought IMT got eliminated. Wait. Are you sure? I thought it was TSM versus Dig, right? Some things never change. Like, since Foreboding always seem to feel in the place. Okay. So Mordo's won? Oh, Dig lost. Wow, they're awful. What the... Wow, they were awful. Doesn't seem bother Iris at all. Happily reading over there. I love this place. Find so many interesting books here. Of course, it's forgetting you've been here before. Time we came here 6 months ago. Sato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me. Time man, not a villain. Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well. Let's see, since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while, my apologies. Not at all, it's not like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Miro Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. The man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. No need to savor the air for a moment, use its grand office and understand preeminent status. I can do these VODs then for the other YouTube then, if they're requested enough. I'll try to do that Monday then. Yeah, okay. I'll try to upload those ones specific, or these ones specifically, so I'll get the Great Ace Attorney done. As you're aware, the Great Expedition on London is now underway at last. I'm extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. Furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future, the world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. My highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Ah, well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. Actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. I'm gonna take a deep breath and come out with it. Mission to work. Came here today to ask for your permission to go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in the court as lawyer was revoked, told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry what happened, but the thing is, maybe understand what really means to defend somebody and the rules of foreign justice system. Desperately want to have another go. Please permit me to enter the court again. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, it's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on a study tour, not me. Should have been Kazuma. So determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. Wow. Tragic accident hadn't happened. I want to be here in this office now. So goes my best friend, you see. I mean, you guys would hang Boo Radley, so hang the 15-year-old. Fuck it. Poor Boo. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. Phil is calling for him. Oh, his calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you? Perhaps you know nothing of his true calling. Sorry. Mission of which the young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? Does that make any sense to Al? Never mind, I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. Clear to me you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean? Oh, as of this moment, I reinstate your license practice law here in Great Britain. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Reno. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course, please tell me more. Like that time you told me to defend an Irish guy who clearly was a villain? He was rich. Described it as a curious affair. Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. There was a serious accident in the Great Expedition yesterday. Oh no. Yes, I read about it. Professor in Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. The Germans. Let's see, how is it described? Super voltage, instantaneous kinesis, I think. It's kinesis and doing things with clicking his fingers. That's right, it's just what my herbal blend needs. A dash of devil may care. Devil may care? Whatever the serious accident was, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. Unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experiment stage and a man lost his life. Certainly, Audi Assman. We'll just call him Assman. It's Asman, sir. Assman, Mr. Assman. No, investor, well-known figure in society. We lost Assman, sir. Large explosion. A man died. Man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. on a charge of murder. What? Murder? You attempt to take on his defense, you should meet with him in the prison. Very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation, raid expedition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder. Get out of my depth before I even started still. Go to prison straight away and try to meet this German professor. Don't you think definitely? Oh yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection from a mutual acquaintance, the Reaper of Lord von Siegeshausen. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world, coincide the Great Expedition next month. The largest, most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It's sure does seem that criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. London, the global center of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. Imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. It's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly, the future of policing. Incredibly, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. I thought they started accelerating them after the motherfucking Jack the Ripper monkus. That's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. The Ripper. Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure. The number of crimes committed and resolved in the matter would be very different to the current figures. I can cite 12 solid arguments, 223 individual reasons to support my claim, sorry. I have apology for keeping you waiting earlier. I shall to detail every one now. What? How fascinating. It all began 15 years ago. I was... But he just took me out. What is this jutsu? Yeah, more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, that's why I'm a villain and going to kill everyone. Such a formally established forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, yeah, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly wonderful. It's precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Is it over to you? Anything useful actually drifted off for the most part. Surprisingly iron about forensic science. It's me. We've seen this. Reports of the overwhelming success of Great Expedition, of course. No, not that. Story on the back page. What story? The Reaper. Reaper attacked. Ah, that you've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Oh, Mr. Reaper, what happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord von Zieks would not be easily dispatched. I'm sure you can tell us what happened. I'd love to know very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. Fortunately, Lord von Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. It's we're doing Ava 3.33 instead, so we're doing the older one, because you guys say you can't watch number 4 without number 3, whatever. So we're switching it, yeah. So next week will be the newest one. Yeah. Sweet Ruffian's no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. Watch as the story sucks in the new ones. It's incredible, they're armed with guns. How was the attack, do we know? related events that occurred 1 month ago. Neither one of the capital criminal organizations indicted and prosecuted by Von Zieks. The man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money. Deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems, however. Despite winning his freedom. The man in question met a dramatic end yesterday as well, but you're not suggesting that it was the work of the Reaper, surely? Victim's henchman certainly seems to think so. He was a man by the name of Assman. Odie Assman. You say Assman? This man who died in big exposure to the Great Expedition. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Assman. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strong? Try me. How do you use Lord Von Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court when they make mistakes sends outside the courtroom. Fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Von Zieks first. Well, there's no evidence that he actually is Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. Von Zieks worked for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. Secondly, any deaths of criminals that occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. Does it make sense? I can explain the way so many died not by someone's hand. Von Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. Continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm a villain after all. Already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. 11 hours late, that's something. Being an hour extra when I arrived back here for the engagement with you. Lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. Good God. Should have stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. That's where we'd find Lord Von Zieks now. Assume he's at his office, right? I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. Found it straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you now, I'm leaving, Professor. Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes, thank you very much, my lord. Wow, base Zevo. Prosecutor's office. Finally, we can see a new locale. How many new locales are in this game? I think this is one of the first, right? Is this the first? I'm trying to think of. Oh no, we got to see the Shamspeare's room was new. Okay, Shamspeare's room was new. Here we go. Finally, neat to start working at 41 months. No, this is the Legendary Reaper's office. Appears so. Brr, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? Amazingly deathly atmosphere. What was that? What the? Hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is, Dwell. What are you doing here? Who's that person now? Unwelcome as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Glad to see you're well. I am. So who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place there. Oh. It's my apprentice, as he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know he had an apprentice. Must be the same person who's pictured in the newspaper. Very able in combat, requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. You're referring to the attack of the Reaper as reported in the papers. The Reaper, I'd be interested to know what the Reaper's true identity myself, assuming that is such a fabled fiend generally inhabits our great courtrooms. Assault's attack. Lord Strongarts said the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. Sure carried out by henchmen of Odie Assman's criminal organization, the Assmen. Damn, Assmen in his organization, the Assmen. Investigation meant the arrests were imminent. Presumably someone hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Assman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers. Dr. Global Investor, if I can remember. Enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities. He used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court. Didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. Present armed man of say. Man got his confidence in the end yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was the most unusual cause of death, I know about that. It was super high voltage and instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Assman died when a demonstration of public experiment stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct? You think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen to you? Oh no. Does seem a little far-fetched. This man's fabled Reaper has to be innocent in this particular death, at least. Strange how this worked out, isn't it, Runa? I mean, what if you'd taken the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're gonna be defending him? Oh yes, that's right. Well, I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert? Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. Contemporary of mine. We were at university together. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? Mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. What's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh well, I don't know really. Understand at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today, oh? That's a personal matter, Dwell. Something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. I suppose not. Thank you for understanding though. Inspirational boots. Oh yeah, there is a medal. Whenever you hear that sound, like it's below the camera. So that means an achievement, yes. Officer Professor Harebrain's from Germany though. The Germans. Harebrain's from a respectable British family. Graduating from the University of London. Moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. The Germans. So we're students together. I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he in science. Paths rarely crossed. Curiously, we got along. I've not met him since my university days. Certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. You of all people represented him. If I made it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. For you, but you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Why would you do this? Reaper's a prosecutor. There's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. That's what Von Zeke's thinking. Who's the Reaper? What do you mean by what you said before? You like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that... I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other. I'm no demigod. All died out of that. People you prosecuted me. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true, Mr. Natsumi, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Well, it was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hard-working now. Can't deny that since I encountered you. Things have taken a turn. My point is this. Many of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, and of their own kind. It's not my work. Strongheart said the same. He believes you're non-vulgar anyway. You were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people have started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh, it would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. What do you mean to say? I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor, as one new in danger could be killed. That is my fate, to let God decide. What Von seeks. Albert. It looks like a punishment to me. Never seen someone sin like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. I think perhaps he's dead. If he's dead, Renner wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway. But alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us. He's not dead. Von Zeeks about the article in this paper. Yeah, it seems there was a report nearby when the little skirmish took place. No ID had been photographed. It was careless of me. Looks as though I was taken after people who attacked you that way, though. I'm sure police have already apprehended every last one of them. There's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. Same man is sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? Mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Let's tell us a little more about him. He's in my tutelage code. Prosecutor, so you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Yeah, safe. Like you are to Hurley then, Runa. I remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. Currently compiling a report about last night's attack. Looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. Lord Strongheart's orders, nobody knows man's face or indeed his identity. Why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual, the Reaper? Lord Strongheart's orders, again, he's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. Hope you're right. Wow. The Reaper. Task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you. Back to work again. Really strange though, I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Dwell? Dwell, you don't mean that guy. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart is strictly forbidden it. It's forbidden! The council is forbidden! I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh no, I mean. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Well, he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. Couldn't be. Wait, you don't mean him? Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry. One arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. The stoop and the mustache and the jitters. It's Sume, you mean? Thought she'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runa. It's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by International Post only the other day. See. Well, let's see we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it Investigating the case, yes, thank you for the advice and the conversation. I believe he's asking after Seki-san, after a new pony. He's not sure whether I feel happy about it or worried. Never imagined Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did ya? Turn up for the books. That scientist mean Professor Harebrained. Maybe we're quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Von Zeeks. The German, is not German. Local prison cell 11. What's it's allow 11? It's this one. Someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name? Professor Albert Harebrained wasn't. Excuse me, Professor Harebrained. Fine, we can look at the stupid things. Who are you? Rinosuke Naruto, defense lawyer. A lawyer? Yeah, something I said. Lawyer, you say? Well, why would you be here about the experiment? You're gonna defend my hypothesis. Your hypothesis. That's right. Yesterday's demonstration. By demonstration, the magnificent demonstration was all a success by anyone's calculations. Despite that, no one listens, no lawyer believes in the science, and explain they all leave at high velocity. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. Since you guys want to look at the wine. A fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. Hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes in the finest vineyards I visit. Personally, I oversee these chalices being made by the finest craftsmen in the world. But you throw them around the court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile so unimaginably and repeatedly wide off the mark sometimes. Or wide of the mark sometimes. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So it's my fault. Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? Portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Wow. Pretty majestic outfit and pose, sadly. Whoever painted it didn't do a good job catching all Von Zeke's facial features. Dwown. Yeah, he doesn't have a scar, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated the subject's handsomeness, I think. That reminds me of an Emperor Napoleon France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. No way, that's really not an attractive quality of a person, is it? Portrait does not depict me, so that's immediately obvious. No then, who is it? My brother, Pepe, it's my brother. Oh, it's a scam on a great exhibition showground. Amazing, I wonder why it's here. It's made to take his mind off Sam's being busy attending in person. That's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious I'm using as an investigative aid. Nipponites have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really need to... I think he'd overhear that. Okay. Yesterday's demonstration. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. Rivers called it a spectacular failure. After all, man died in an explosion, did he? Oh yeah. You could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure. At the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw with my own eyes right there in front of me. Mr. Assman was spontaneously disassembled. Other than everything going exactly my calculation predicted, at that point you should have beamed the crystal by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded. Mr. Assman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. You're saying his large explosion you killed Mr. Assman was an accident, correct? Big Wigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. But murder, never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply put, an accident. I see. Well, we're talking this morning, you know? I said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? It really was an accident, and the professor's she would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Yes, it's nearly established here in Britain, a special dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. When that passed me by. Case is treated as murder, and they'll say my machine was a murder weapon, and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. Examine in detail to find out how it's made, and then they're able to copy my idea. Previous hypothesis will be stolen. She must be protected, or yeah, must be protected from that at all cost. That's why it's imperative the whole incident shown to be an accident in tomorrow's trial. I see now. Instantaneous kinesis. Sure, there was a terrible accident at the Great Expedition Shogun yesterday. Yes, or rather no, the devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You demonstrated Super Voltage instant kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. It must be possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam those particles through space. That's what it... That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea. See, my amazing hypothesis. That's unimaginably high-level science. Dare to imagine, dare to dream of such incredible technology. Sync 1-1 computer in the cell next in the Great Expedition again. Yes, that would be incredible. Next, in the mere blink of an eye. We had a great partisan theater, say. Possibilities end, the soul of our vast planet would be within reach. No more hiding in wardrobes on Rock Caesar 50 days. I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? We could travel anywhere in Nord instantly. That wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I feel like it had shrunk. That's exactly right. What are the implications? What's Professor Bunnybrain worried by the look of it? That's not the case of just because the end doesn't mean you should, I suppose. Point is calculation flawless, science works. Without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. So, wait, that's always fly in the ointment. So like half, okay. Because practical demonstration costs a lot of money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. He's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Ha! That's a good one. Anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. At the well-known investor, Mr. Assman. Alright, the victim who died yesterday is a terrible accident, I mean. One of the man who died yesterday's accident, O.D. Assman, wasn't it? What exactly was the relationship with the man? First visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis, thanked my lucky stars. I see, so we hadn't really known each other until then. For scientific research, I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? Archangel, even. Here to fund the practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Expedition. If that went well, I could expect additional financial support from Research from the British government has asked men to provide me money, an exceptional engineer. Produce a machine to my precise specifications. Then your dreams are blown to dust in one enormous explosion. And you can see I owed everything to Mr. Assman. I would never ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, it seems genuine enough, I don't think he's lying. Reaper's varsity years. I understand Lord Von Zieks is a friend of yours from university days. That's right, he was studying law whilst I was studying science. What's he like back then? Good question, sir. Okay, good. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really. So that's what you misheard me. We can't add the Magatama, because then we'd OD because of everyone lying on the stand. Talking about Korard Mercer's prosecutor Beric Von Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. Sad, unassuming, extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he's a little darling of Von Zieks' family with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such a noble blood. Little darling. Bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. Reaper to Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really. Sort of event. Well, I'm sorry. But I don't know anymore, you son of a bitch. I was in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. He's heard all about the Reaper. I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Von Zieks will be prosecuted in court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. A huge explosion occurred yesterday. That was an accident, you're saying? No intent to harm the victim was in fact the sole investor of your work. Is that correct? Correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. True, the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. Man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me. Please. Hey, we believe in my hypothesis. Science is a pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. Afraid I just don't know how much about science or your theories, but I do believe you. I'll fight to prove your innocence for all my might. Man of the law, that's all I know. You have to believe me, please. What's wrong with us, sir? When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. What? You're mad! As long as you try your hardest to achieve anything. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Good one. Funny one, boss. Thank you for that, Professor. Thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Right, Runo. It's time. I want to visit the Great Expedition, sorry. Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Scene of the crime. This is the actress Sarah left, so that's why we're stuck with the pink-haired girl. Great Expedition grounds for the Crystal Tower. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. Walked around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. A lot of people out there. I must have trodden on 3 times though. Careful what you ask. Don't let go of my hand. Finally made it through the throngs by the look of it. Where are we underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion? Oh, here we are underneath it. Underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened. Wow. Britain up, UK or Great Britain. What's that? Your voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. It's time to push someone off. Well, you're here. I'll bet with you this time. Warning, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah, go on, Inspector, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. Got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. Not even the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you. Want a bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yoo-hoo. Greg, see, what are you doing up there? It's you here, you're here, here you are, you here. Your ladyship. How are your ladyship? Hope you're well, your ladyship. How does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all, it's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable, I'll have a word with you. Were you at once, your ladyship? Fine, Isaac, I know time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, Inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. For that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. There are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, sunshine, sorry. That gives in, don't tell me you're on this case. Much for the defense. We're here to investigate. Oh dear me, that's the situation, is it? Really that troubling? Easily 5 bob, is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper under your pockets, Mr. Narrow Odo. King Muffins are starting with back 3 months. That's a bit of spending money, that is. Oh no, I'm poor, because I haven't been working for 6 months. You can have it back, I have to charge you for the bother. 3 bob. Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or a diver born bred in the East End of London. Case I led to my own suspension 6 months ago. This young girl is defended in court. What's your problem, Odo? Diver, pickpocket, what's with all the name calling? Wanna go bag of chips around down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You're just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? Assuming you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. Ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. A happy year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learn to be Scotland Yard detective. Alright, so what you do is you walk in the room, close your eyes, walk out a few minutes later, and you're good. Mission accomplished. You have to call me whatever else does. Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector. Badge is homemade, surely. Yeah, eat chips, walk around, make it look like you're observing stuff, then walk out the door. My job here is done. Inspector part isn't entirely accurate, no one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating's off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Alright, well, I'll be back up top. You will default down here, alright? Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. Gina. 8 months ago now, I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. McGilded. She was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison, wow. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. So pleased to hear, Jenny. Well done. So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective. You got it. Good in it. Inspector Lestrade sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? Said I'd get all the police force around the world out. Stops looking for him. Just a small promise and nothing serious, wow. Jenny, you're so sweet. Anyway, that's how'd they go at the test for Scotland Yard. The only trouble is I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. That's when Hurley approached Gregson and asked for help. Inspector said he'd take the full responsibility of Ginny made her sort of an apprentice. Reminding him of Inspector Gregson and Brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. So there's still being mysteries surrounding Gina, isn't there? You know what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was defended in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. Sure, when she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still. Come on, you're not so about that, are you? Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called. Boy, you don't have to worry, Otto. If I didn't have to worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kind of like I'm upstairs. He knows what I'm like on the inside. I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with me stretching a point. Oh, Mr. Natsume in Japan. Perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. That Reaper's more discerning than I thought. Exactly, I ain't worried. Totally fine. Cool was out of this world. It was. The brainy bug pulled a bunch of levers in this machine. Suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry, I mean, you saw it, didn't you? Your own eyes. Yeah, of course, the boss in charge here, ain't he? Keeping everything running smoothly, I mean. Must be Inspector Gregson, I suppose. It's going to get some getting used to. All I have to say is I'm duty can do. Certainly can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching Father come above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right? You have no trouble at all. That's sad, when do I start? No, you can't join Scotland Yard as. We'll see anyway. I don't understand that the machine explodes so spectacularly. I think Professor Bunny Brain still be claimed as a success. Alright, well, was a success in a way. Was, how can it have been? Sure, after the machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. Like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke in that whopping great bang. What do you think they found the victim's body, eh? The crystal tower over there. What? Tower? Let's see. It's deed, sir. You can see it for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. The glass is broken, you mean? The cage with the victim gun to start with. Really did get beamed through the air. Whatever landed away over there. See, it did kind of work, didn't I? Oops, I don't believe it. They don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Tell you what, you can have this. Plan the experiment they drew up at the yard. Yeah, sure. Here you go, I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. I guess I didn't actually get that to you, did I? Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. But it's worth anyway. Investigating's off the cards for all of us. Yes, naughty old Gregson ran out after that without explaining himself. Right, that. Boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine that blew up yesterday. That's not fair, represent the defendant. Okay, so could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? No, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? The boss called them again in the forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate this. I've never heard something like that before. Tried to have a gander in the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. Probably heard him give me an earful about before down there, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much an earful back as I remember it. Sometimes I think it's all chips would make him so stubborn. Say something to Otto. Go on, see if you can get through to him. Sit on the platform above his, see where the machine exploded is. Try, can't we, Reno? Grace will listen to us. Yeah, they always have a... What's this? Oh, they had a music stage and a Apollo Justice, for instance. It's a ripped piece of cloth. Not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It's extremely durable. Canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber band there. Edges are pretty bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion. I think I know of it well. Jenny's mid-yawn. Crazy ground's damaged in the spot look. Almost if there was a fire or something. Yes, if we were closer to some scar and ash and burn embers too. I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't have found out like a small fire like this would have been. Not sure the English are quite that laid back for now. Looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Crossbow hid. What was that? Something to the machine that exploded. Could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. It's not Warcraft 2, I know what that sounds like. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case, yoink. Damn, Ginny's useless. Okay. Must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose, very high up. 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said. Well, I understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Huh? Sorry, it's all about 9 meters. Soon you'll have been in London a year, Reno. Time you got used to our measurements. Wow. Same so tall, spectator in the front. Whoops. Just seen a wall and nothing else. Probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch will only be disappointed. Saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. This is obviously leads to the stage where we should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment is being conducted. The Death Ray. Great Exhibition Grounds. Experimentation stage. That's it, is it? Machine that blew up. Must have been a magnificent explosion. I've seen my fair share. Never seen things like this before, I mean. Of course, it's always gotta be doing experiments that end in a bang. Batch is the only words. Explosion is the very essence of chemistry. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time made something that exploded with such force, took out the roof of the building. Wish you'd been there to see it, Reno. It's hard to get too excited about that. Given I now live in the roof. Anyway, that's enough about that. Time to investigate. Inspector Gregson's over there. Seems to be deep in thought about something. Just eyeing up the machine carefully. Really just looks confused to me. So magnificently, didn't it? When you're seeing merciless, there's someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Something like that even possible otherwise. Oh, Reno, I'm just a child. How should I know? Child with one that suits you, me. I can tell. Pull this lever, stop. Don't touch that. Ah, that was practically instantaneous kinesis you flew over there just now, Greg, see? Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you. I can't let you touch anything up here. Sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend. Make up for it. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. Just like old times this is. I've seen Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow and Inspector. Right, let me be right back real fast. Now we got this tune. And then let me get another drink real fast and then boom boom. I don't know if we'll get the trial tonight. The Gregson. We were playing Apollo Justice that constantly stop on, was it Clavier's theme? Okay, you're right. So he has no. I don't know if he has no chin or he has no. Yes. Maybe he is a thumbnail. Representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow. Should be allowed to examine the scene. Because it's sunshine, even though I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. Blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. Driving me potty, yes. Special dispensation. Professor mentioned that too. Well, red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing out sometimes. But we're not just look, aren't we? Eh? That's alright, isn't it, Gregsy? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. Please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, really? Mainly, I was out to go what she wants. Government policy. Use 9 voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, then beam him across the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. She was by far the most unusual of the experience planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous, so many spectators present. Government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than on spot of public safety infringements. They can be the first to develop some new technology. It makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yeah, I suppose that's true in a way. Powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? They're making it so any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were, right through the development of new practical idea, even going into production. Theory and reason us coppers are allowed to touch this crime scene. This new highfalutin special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. I see now. Only people with permission to investigate here is some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal is a sham to begin with. It's a lie. It says scientific equipment on the paper. Can't do a flaming thing with it. Sholmes, I forgot what he was doing this episode so far. Or he was sad, but then we haven't seen him since. Gregsy. He's very head up, isn't he? Alright, special dispensation. Fine again, what's this new legal act means we're not allowed to touch the scene here. We have an ATME Sunshine Special Dispensation Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. Real twinkle in his eye as I remember. Sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas and inventions to some suits in the civil service. And it gets rubber stamped that a guarantee of rights will maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this expedition, although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by chambers like yourself. Thanks for that. And I've observed some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun. Might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Playing science, that's what they always say. I don't think so. It sounds like my dream job. You would soon think otherwise. I should spend a day guarding all these shamas bogus contraptions. If they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Well, there is a point sideways, so it's like certain other government's bright ideas. If the theory inventions deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Scientists get funding, exactly, and that's why they're all after. All these shammers come far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. Who wants to keep them all safe? Pay us to smile politely and welcome us coppers, that's who. See why I say it now, can't ya? Hang science, hang it. Maybe I see your point. That's her hairband. I mean, if someone doubled your salary, you'd fucking simp for them. You'd be like fucking worshiping them. Thank you, or Goldman aside every time you like screw up with them. Apparently Professor Harebrained lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's why I come back to Britain, especially for the Grey Expedition, I have to understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today, about this time in further education. Turns out he was at university with someone we both know, Lord Von Zieks. What's that? That's news to me, but Von Zieks means commands the prosecution, then the accused, the professor's fate is sealed. Because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in the head of his. Talking of Von Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that. Yes, this Reaper is completely fine, nothing to worry about. Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder? Victim in this case, investor Mr. Assman is another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Barak Von Zieks, top-class prosecutor, even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win, yes. I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified, and that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Von Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. The man himself denies that charge. We've done a very thorough investigation. The conclusion we reached is that Lord Von Zieks is no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. That's true, then how do you explain it? Well, those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. I'm not a detective or anything. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? The whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrained mentioned something else. Said that at university Lord Von Zieks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. What? Said it was after they both graduated. Something happened that changed him, and Dwan, the Japanese. Any idea what it was? No clue, really. Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Wow. Badly damaged. The man's Professor Harebrained was up to escape unscathed today. Should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Watch out, so I make sure I kill you before I'll get strung up myself, you hear? Won't touch a thing, I promise. Please spare thought for your digestion anyway. Well, I think this machine could actually disassemble people like the Professor claims. Yes, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all the bleeding scrap metal, we would have answered that question. We can't, can we? The annoying rules, you mean? Exactly, the annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? Handle's on the shape of the capital letter A. It is, oh yes. It doesn't matter if you don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, make sure I kill you, but I get string myself. Yes, I understand, sorry. Only touch a teeny bit. Rex, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really very, very curious. Of course, relationship. So clever relationship. Fancy sponsor like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. Reno found it first. I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly. It's gone off with it, Dwell. Yeah, that was very mean, I'm afraid. Spencer Gregson's gonna make a very clumsy, embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Gregson. Kremlin. All sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Expedition grounds out there. I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Rin, I do wish I could go and see it. Present in particular to Steely Samurai of President one of Hurley's story, Rin especially. See if I could get Hurley into a jam against some bird semester. You just might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. install. Now, prosecutor of a Kron Mage top down, I could introduce you to. Kron Mage. Oh, you really think I have any picture taken of him, do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. But by hence he did recover, only for him to lose the rest of it. What is a gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. No people ride inside those little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning. It's completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. What the? You were mad enough to go in one. It would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? Feels I might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno. Ferris wheels are fine, but it depends. There was some heritage park that had a open whatever Ferris wheel, which was nice. But yeah, they're pretty. I'd say the biggest problem is the Ferris wheel will stop constantly. I think it'll do like a rotation and a half and then start letting people off. It's like fucking weird how it works. So yeah, the big issue is getting people on and off, which basically, yeah. Looks like the layers of thick canvas or thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. By Mr. Sholmes' message, might deduce as part of a raincoat where my son really didn't want to get wet. The charm must occur when the person was struck by lightning. Maybe not. Crossbows now. Let's see. Port. Yeah, there's some sort of lever here. There it is a crossbow. What is this? Looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. What magic is this? Jesus! Wait, there's no... Probably used for the same thing too. So yeah, like what are these comparisons, samurai versus other European countries? They'd get fucking slaughtered, the samurai. They don't even have... Wait, do they actually not know crossbows either? Jesus. Yeah, so the samurai would get fucking slaughtered by European forces. Like, they'd be obliterated. Like, not just longbows, crossbows, and everything. Yeah, they'd be fucking annihilated. Christ. Can't believe there's ever comparisons if samurai could beat, like, European forces. European forces would slaughter them with all their weapons. Okay. Oh yeah, they started using imported muskets too, yeah. Samurai would have been fucking slaughtered. I found a tree experimentageous. Starts a full crossbow. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. I was right, it's sort of a bow with automatic fire mechanism. Perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. Like one of these, maybe I would have beaten Kazuma in a Kido archery training. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back. Create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device. Second path. I'd imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than the Japanese longbow. Did they have many longbows? Cause yeah, longbows are very hard to use, which I'm assuming that's why Britain slowly stopped using them. I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Yeah, longbows are broken as shit, but the fact that you need to train from birth almost is pretty rough, yeah. Or yeah, they looked at this. Was it the spine or was it the back? I forgot. They looked at skeletons of longbowmen. And I think their shoulders were really broad or something. So you basically have to train at it constantly. Yeah. So basically all your life you'd have to be training for that longbow. This is left. This is Christ. Here's an horn-shaped device pointing towards Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disarmed by machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I think I was supposed to don't think I was supposed to shoot anything where I was set the beam toward a Crystal Tower. To reconstruct an original form. I don't like the look of it. It was as amazing as it looks, the accident would have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. Never ever goes according to plan, does it? As people carrying balloons dangling silently over the skies of London. Well, that's not the day would come when humans just discovered how to fly. I never imagined it involved them being suspended from colorful floating Tamari handballs. It must feel amazing being up there in the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Reno, please. When did the first balloon happen? Being perfectly honest, I'd like to try it. Not a cast iron guarantee the thing won't plummet to the ground. Too scared. In that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. Physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode. 1783, geez, Europe was like speedrunner. Okay. Not like crazy, that thing exploding part might play in my mind a little. Good old Renaissance, Industrial Revolution. Let's do anything else now. I think we're talking about the Ottomans as well. Or I forgot why they stagnated, even though they had a tech lead. And then the Middle East got screwed over by Genghis Khan. Japan closed their borders. Yeah. Let's see. What do you make of this now? Alright, so you 9 times 10 find clues to like red errands. Every chance it's totally irrelevant. It's actually a fairly persuasive argument. I need to tinker around this place more. I know in the older games, you'd have to do this a lot until a scene happened. I'll have to talk to her, don't I? What to do? Oh, she can help me. So excited by the prospect now does anything consulting open a business again. Not what it's called. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I've done a lot of studying these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. I can't wait to start practicing again. Nothing's changed at all, how has it? It's all time has stood still here since Susie went back to Japan. I want to keep it ready for Mrs. Sano in case she was able to return to Britain at this point. Left everything the way it was. I see, right. And it was me thinking it's because of the way you are, Runa. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean. This isn't the time or place to bring up my tidiness. Or lack of it. But they had a tech lead. They had a 10-1 lead on Europe, and they lost it all. Forgot what year the Constantinople thing was. But they had a lead, Pepe Hens. $14.52, yeah, they had a huge lead. And they failed, Pepe Hens. Gee, I want to take a look at that. Where did it go? Hee, looking for this auto when she do that. Wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Put that back first, please. Look, where'd it go? I don't care about the damn shuttle, sorry. Oh, there we go. Whoa, salute the flag! Oh, never mind. That's where the Cove ended up. The instant kinesis, whatever they call it. Dead, of course. Con experiment success. I mean, obviously it died around World War I, but I mean, like, I was wondering what they did with their lead, because I'm pretty sure, were they, like, at one point in the world, like, technologically, like, the most advanced country? It's a wooden scaffold, therefore. Coppers our lads set that up after the incident happened. Put the body down, I think, do no railing. Then you help erect a scaffold then. Lookout duty is more my thing, wandering around the exhibition, keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mike Gregson doesn't hear you say that or he'll give you the boot. Terrible, isn't it? And could the victim really bridge that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? There we go. Runo, listen. What is it? I've been thinking. I might know something about what. Oh, Mr. Reaper. What happened to Lord Van Zooks, you mean? Sounds like there's something very significant occurred after he graduated from university, something that completely changed his life. I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. It's in the middle of some big case, isn't it? Here, this is what you need. It's this. Some kind of an entrance ticket. Madame's two spells. It's supposed to mean something to me. I don't know. It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. You can go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today. I'll set the big trial tomorrow. That's where Hurley is. What? Well, at least he's popular in an attraction. Yes, how's it you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Luna. I'm just spelled on, so it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened. No, I mean, the Ottomans could have tried to, like, invade Egypt or something, get the now. I don't know, maybe I need to read up more on it. No, Europe was behind at some point, but then, yeah, I'm assuming the Ottomans just didn't really get on the imperialism train in time. Stranger things happen when they happen, which Sholmes usually at the heart of them. Okay, they did have Egypt. Okay, wait, when did they lose Egypt? Because they could have just used the canal. Or no, the canal wasn't made then, was it? Okay, whatever. Then what the hell did they do with their money? The money! What the hell did they do with the money? They lost it to the British, okay. They weren't locked out. If they own Egypt, they're not locked out. They literally have a way to the ocean. What the hell did they do? Damn you! Was it just rampant corruption? What the hell were they doing? Like, if you own Suez, that's like the most powerful place, like, yeah, to get to the east. Spell's Museum of Waxworks. Oh no! Oh no! What is this place? Alright, fine, we'll let them tax your people. Boom, boom, boom. What are these terrifying scenes? Why are the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murders. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. Oh, wax models are amazing and realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Reno? Shocked? Wax models. I read about dead bodies in wax once, in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depend on how corpses are kept after death. Oh no! Poor Hachiko! Is it Hachiko? No! Corpses are kept dead. Parts of them turn to wax apparently. Oh, never mind. They stuffed poor Hachiko, didn't they? Oh, the Adisapser? I don't know. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Reno. You're scaring me. I mean, this poster doesn't feel melody, you know that? What now? Just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There's an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. Depends on the wax museum. So the famous one that this... I don't know when this museum came out then. Susodes or whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, it's like it's in a lot of cities. But usual ones are starting to look like 40 months, but yeah, I'm assuming like the company is like super old, yeah. And the exhibits in here are real. Usually those are, yeah, usually those ones are very good. So the other ones are usually poor. Entirely man-made replicas. Can't be, you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. No way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. They're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Ooh, a dead guy. It's an arm. It's got an arm, doesn't it? No wonder the waxer model's fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Oh no, stop scaring me. Is it a wax arm or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke the arm now and see how it feels. Objection. Those two are actual... I mean, the guy's sleeping. As a woman, I can tell what's whack, but it's a real human. Maybe all the exhibits are real people, and when it's closing time, all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Yeah, those two are 3D models, rather than these models. It's... Great Detective Sherlock Holmes. Holmes has his own wax statue in here, really. Why is word famous after all? It's uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl, look at it. Yes. Look, Reno, you can kick this Hurley, doesn't even move a muscle. Boof. Can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. He just moved, I'm sure. Not a little bit either. Kick him again. Poof. Really? Did it. Look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face. This waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. Such a great murder scene you enjoy. Much more.
Hold it!
Dear fellow, take exception to recoiling in such a manner. You've seen something truly abhorrent, Mr. Jones. I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruto. Temporary wax? What do you mean? In that kick, could you not exercise a little more restraint? You winded me. We know I have something he needs to ask you. Yeah, question. I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, can't deny your time was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair you just saved the world from imaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you talk nonsense, do you? You know something that's true about Lord Von Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now you're here, let's take our time. How can it be of assistance? Or not come suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Well, actually, I'm quite a hurry. My eyes don't deceive me. There's something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken, really. Moreover, a strong suspicion is related to the matter of which you've come to me now, but how could it be? I shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. For now I must return to my work. What about to be in temporary waxwork exhibit? For them two spells. Where is this place? Madame Tussauds came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this old waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. Museums like this in Japan too. These displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? Certain realism of these waxworks models, a particular secret in the Tussauds family, they say. Earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks, victims of the guillotine. That sounds grim. Gruesome scenes are portrayed with such realism in the expression of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions. Not bad, it really turns my stomach. There are several legends about the Tussauds family. Whether there's any truth in it, couldn't say. Anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Expedition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Actually, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. Even stiffer now than the models of them. Hoo hoo hoo. You're heard of poor taste. Dear fellow, the public live for poor taste, so you're to be shocked, so these exhibits here are. They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Just merely the temperature here just seemed to drop. The Ripper. Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? Bring me my temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes. So like what you see. This one's probably better so far than the first game. Part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them. Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays. I've adopted new pose when staring. When the members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'd happily allow them to take a photograph of us. Does he mean him that waxwork murders in here? It's because I'm a little far away. Why, Mr. Sholmes? Dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. I'm poor, but Bandsy really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. Let's stand. Let me struggle this payment this month's rent, and I have my ravenous iris to consider. But they had so hurry. I'm so hungry. Push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruto. What's he turning to rope me into now? So with that in mind, how about the photograph? Special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. Choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruto, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. It's just me, or does final work sound more like a curse? Well, what does he like to ask me then? Well, actually, it's about Lord Von Zieks, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. Well. So I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I learned. About Lord Von Zieks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. Wonder what has happened to make Lord Von Zieks such a different person. Sure that you'd know, Hurley. Well, you said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, and that something was afoot. That you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Wow, the Japanese. Mr. Sholmes, he suddenly clammed up. Well, it seemed to reach an unavoidable greetings. Is it a villain? Oh, hello. Ah, hello. Where did she appear from? What's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we? TT and Tyler, some 56 months, but Sholmes, you know this, not again. My apologies, I am Esmeralda to spells. It's my museum of waxwork. Wow. You're the Madame to spells? Yes, sir. Only 26 years young, I might add. Hello. Is that significant somehow? I'm a Madame in name only. If it adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. First, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular, Mr. Sholmes. I'm led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there'll be toil and trouble. Sounds deadly serious. That's a ball. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Von Zieks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before about someone being afoot. Right here in the museum, they probably used the a stupid wax statue to transfer the guy over. Or I know, but so curious, wanna know what's happening here. It's probably the trick with the stupid teleporter. Well, we got enough on our plate already. The waxworks. Make all these waxworks made into spells. Yeah, I did. I am the third generation of waxworks artisans, you know? Gosh. It's my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. And that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeliness. Those waxworks really do look like they're alive. In fact, they're looking more alive than Hurley. Hee. You see, the exhibit here represents the most atrocious of London's criminals past. Other waxworks were created in the presence of real people in which they are modeled, in the hours immediately following their executions. But there's a secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. Sounds terrifying. Biscuits are strong for quite 9 months. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. Carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society, create only which the public wishes to see. And why couldn't the public have wished for something less worthwhile? To that beer, sorry. This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. Bottles of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. Piracy drive me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. situation with that. I have a temporal waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Sort of proposal. Dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Words to that effect. Actually, I'm well aware of Mr. Sholmes, widely known in London as a talented detective. Great detective, actually, is very specific about, yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come up with some arrangement with him, of course. So we were unable to agree on terms, I guess, and charge an exorbitant price for his services. Mere £500, I would dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Words to that effect, Miss Sholmes might have overdone its side of the sales pitch. Incredibly, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment, due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the ear to the current arrangement instead. Shelley doesn't really need to do what he's doing now, does he? Think not, but he's very insistent. 50 shilling problem, I must resolve by the morning. Words to that effect. Pawnbroker, that's what it is. You must have someone already. Some detective read my book so well. If I could ask you something. Yes, sir. Just curious, anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Well. Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little. Always disappeared. Wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Anyway, even the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down? No! Dear Madam Suspel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem. Must store in the multi-pot instead. Just to advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? You're as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services may employ for a mere 50 shillings, so please be aware that for now I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let's see if the great detective is able to live up to the name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical process, must ask you to clarify something. What pray is behind the curtain? Let's just put a special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Alright, a special exhibit in a house of horrors. Must have picked a special killer then, I presume. Be so kind to draw back the curtain, I wonder. Absolutely not. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madam? What about the arm protruding on this from the curtain? It's not really encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond it, before the situation becomes worsens. Yes, very well. I'll draw back the curtains. Only a soupçon. What? Dun 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 dun. Boo. Let's confess, peek behind the curtain earlier. Spell's special exhibit, very bleak graveyard scene indeed. That's somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one you would expect is nowhere to be seen. Just strike once, however. This poorly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor, is the ruthless killer himself. Pray not, my dear fellow. He's perfectly ordinary gentleman, not even waxwork, in fact. What? Skillfully made as the waxworks are, they always distinguish well from you humans. So allow me to present my two conclusions. First, besides what business transaction has taken place in a special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? Second, is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. This is perils of candle wax. Understand. Some out of spells, if you agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Yeah, with my sets, what exactly is afoot here in this museum? The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruded so gently from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That has all my own money. What does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast would see, Miss Madame Two Spells. The answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale, your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer's centerpiece or special exhibit for some 200 pounds. No. Let's explore the next curiosity which represented. Portly gentlemen stretch out so peacefully on the floor. It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Fortunately, Madame Cupid does not appear to be a fairy. Doubt the man is such a shocking blow, of course. 200 pounds. Here that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? We rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. And when he can't hand the money over, did it occur to him what extortionate amount he was paying? Money was no longer in his hands. Saw the scene when we see before us, collapse in shock. Yes, killer's special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that gentlemen's dreams are not plagued with regret. So, the cash conclusion 2. Waxwork location. The question arises then what has become of the waxwork that changed hands. Let's consider a problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. Usually strikes me at this conundrum. Missouri man sitting over there. What's this fellow find answer only look at his handkerchief? Such a worn by policemen, a secret sign of fellow murders of force crimes being perpetrated. Yes, this young man's undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. No, well, in fact, it's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? And it's quite a celebrity. You see triple accolades at last year's police awards. Let's turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. Watching closely as it moved the muscle must have acted as a bureau of waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. Yes, at once, of course. That just saying instantly proves whether or not this old man's waxwork is the obvious price tag. It's weapons, tragically low price, might say. Perhaps he's going right for Agent Waxwork's riddle of cracks. Or you sold it to a portly gentleman for exorbitant 200 pounds. Sort of plucky behavior is sure to attract attention of Scotland Yard, isn't that so, madam? I do not. Waxwork you sold has already been seized by police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave and the special exhibit not a moment too soon. Not my job, he was done. Maybe it's Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. did it. Ah. Stun you all into silence. You have, Hurley, you have. Obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. You got 1 point, Mr. Sholmes. The drawers now are told 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then the special exhibit featured this old policeman, so that'd mean he's a particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? Killer policeman Ottermole. Mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. Police officers rushed to the scene every time only find the culprit disappeared in the ether. Turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, senior officer by the name of Ottermole. That's who's the sinister looking old man they're supposed to be. It's indeed particularly grim face, is it not? Like half fallen sea unforgettable, in fact, remember that. Woody's countenance only too well. There's 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model. Being enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, that puts things into perspective. So it is quite a lot then. Anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? Bob and Rice is looking more and more ominous. Smelling all that mold oil, it's starting to worry me. Jones did more or less just accuse her face-to-face, so I might have to call in your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. Take minor corrections to the great detective's great delusions and deductions. Alright, that's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Let's get started, shall we? Poor Madame Tuspel vents her anger. Waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspel, in accordance with our agreement, should I have the pleasure of seeing the famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work? Okay. Too bad she always tilts her hat. Yeah, when my sister says what is foot here in a museum. Answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding softly from your bag. My estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. What is large sum of money revealed? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. To the public notice. So the 200 pounds revealed by the public notice. Never looked in this direction, it's true. Not sure she'd sell any of her waxwork even for 200 pounds, so must pour heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive glance and see if there's anything else that could explain it. I'm not doing pin on the wall there. Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, taken the prisoner from this room. The price for a safe return is 200 pounds. I have the money ready by noon, 23rd October. What? This is the sort of thing left behind when someone's kidnapped. A ransom note, exactly.
Take that!
Significance 200 pounds is revealed by the ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on inventing this abduction of waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee. Clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance. So put together all the money I have. Some more than the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Let's explore the next curiosity which were presented. This poorly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor. This man has suffered a severe shock, cause of which clearly known to you. Fortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. Doubt the man such a shocking blow was close to 200 pounds. Waxwork was kidnapped. Where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? Just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. You're right, Hurley's trying so hard I must let him down. There's little doubt he suffered a shock. That much seems clear, but in that case, it's Madame's two spells from the high. Let's have a close look around. I didn't realize she had such long braid. Spouse has very long hair, doesn't she? Yes, but you couldn't tell looking at her from the front. You know, looks rather like a whip, don't you think? So a whip could have floored the gentleman with a single crack. Seems a little far-fetched. Fuck, a game for you, Runo. Fuck it, let's go. Das Sauce in hand. That's just Madame Suspel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. Players here are left hand after all. But wait a minute. This is the left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And seems very stiff too, in fact. It's really hard. I mean, it's made of wax.
Take that!
The man was whipped by the Thurbraid. That's the real answer. Thought the man such a shock from blows, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, of a solid waxwork limb, one could live a very substantial blow. How? How could you? And protruding from the bottom of your cape, it ought to be a right hand. Closer inspection reveals, in fact, a left. Somewhat masculine as well. Now, what is it does not belong to you, madam? It's hand of a waxwork model. Yeah. Summoning visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. Seeing that arm. Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Argomots are strong crank 56 months. No small keepsake. Taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. They had to teach the man a lesson. And the man who tried to take the arm back. The result? The scene we see before is he was knocked unconscious, point we need to revisit later for a time being. Have our conclusion. This killer in a special exhibit has been kidnapped. Question arises then, what has become the waxwork that changed hands? Consider a problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What strikes me about this conundrum is the young man sitting over there. Please just follow out to find the answer. We need only to observe that he's handkerchief. Mr. Sholmes' yellow handkerchief signed the other police in the crimes of their way. Way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. So he gets closely guarded by Scotland Yard. Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give it away. Current secrets any true detective's nature, of course, right? My judgment from Madame's spells, reaction to Sholmes' deduction. And perhaps we may not have identified the man quite correctly. That man's stub sticking out his shoulder, his arm should be out. Well, it settles that then. It isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off. From the shoulder down. This husband, of course. Ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
It'll connect eventually. Who's this fella? Find the answer. We need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks the surface of that, I assure you. In other words, man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact to find all its waxwork indeed. See, remember, as you concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He's become quite a celebrity in London. being the winner of no less than 3 police awards last year. Simply had to make a model of the man. Not sure what explanation could there be. Or was this detective's arm was put off by the man in a full special exhibit, was it? Next, we turn attention to the old man sat before the particularly unsavory visage. You watch him closely, he hasn't moved a muscle on his fat as if you were a waxwork. But you. Next time confirms my suspicions about him. Notice the ones, of course, observe. After signing instantly proves whether or not he was old man is a waxwork, is the obvious sign. Killer policeman. Called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? He was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. No price soak. Depends isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas and gear at his delightful lodgings, in fact. Special killer taken to a special exhibit, is it? Waxwork. Somebody stole from the museum and tried to rent for £200. Of course, the old killer policeman Ottermole, really. Perhaps we should have a good look around here. See if another idea crops up. Oops, I have to present it. Remember, this old man's tapping his foot like crazy. Seems to be fast asleep, though. He's not tapping his foot consciously, then see me. Must be twitch, never mind. Those waxworks don't tap the beat or twitch. Look at his arm too. We've seen a scuff like that somewhere else around here, haven't we?
Take that!
Toto Sun instantly proves whether or not this old man's waxwork is the obvious Twitch.tv, and the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, the splendid old man's fat, genuine member of scholarly art. Good old scholarly art. Sight you can choose of adjectives in. There you have it. Little spouse. Well, what? So you contact the police and demand that someone come in the first place. Quite fatigued, you sound asleep. What's this tag watch on the price of £3? Find out the price of Tiger the muffler showed ball we purchased recently at a local market. Seeing me observe the scratch on his arm, does that not strike you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the secret sign used by Jeanette showed that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there's been just such criminal activity happening here. At least from the very beginning. Only arrive at the truth. Yesterday, a specially ruthless killer from a special exhibit has been kidnapped. Scotland Yard already investigating. Otto's whereabouts remain a mystery. What about the white people? Clearly, Sherlock Holmes' great action of this horrifying puzzle. All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all, but if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I don't take it lightly. Anyway. Great directions, even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. Gratified you enjoyed the spectacle. As for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. It concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it was gently abducted. And then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. Much detail as possible, if you please. Very well, after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. That's great, detective. Could be put to better use, but if you as you wish. Okay, well, how's the trial? Tell us more about stolen waxwork, please. 7 days ago when I came in one morning, I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from a special exhibit here. It was part of the display, so why the curtains were closed. I found the ransom note in its place. The car must have broken in during the night of the collection. What was stolen was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Particularly horrible criminal, in fact. A killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would just say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard. Who? Mr. Naruto, it seems the circle was complete. Sorry. This case happened around the time I was born, didn't it? You did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of grisly murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago, yes. Exactly the time. That Barak von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. But surely he's not saying you don't mean to them. It's a big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life. Damn Japanese. As you surmised. It's a professor case. Who is this professor then? I said they look at the far left one. Let me see. It says some infamous murder. Yes, it's called Jane the Ripper. Jane the Ripper. Da, da. All the victims were young women. Da, da. I knew it. You can't tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer. Oh, yes. What's the matter, really? Which I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in the victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the board here. Doesn't mention anything about that bathtub, really. Sorry, I don't think about it. Still thinking it has to be there for a reason. No Ripper. Said a lie. It's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese we have a totally different word for ladder that folds in half like that. We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just steps. Careful making an assumption about other cultures, Runa. That's how wars are started. I didn't realize step ladders were an international point of contention. Ladder makes an astute point. Like, is this an example of Western Sugigiri? I don't know what that is, you know, when a non-sculpted samurai randomly attacks the passerby to test his sword. I don't know. If the waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. You know, what do you think, Runa? Do that Sugigiri thing you mentioned. Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject for now. At least. I think it can't be a female because there was a witnesses to like one of the victims and there was like a decently sized person with them, so chances are it's a male. Either that or it's a female that like bundled out, but yeah. A series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested, put to death. Now he's immortalized here in West for all Londoners to admire and enjoy, of course. Happens to be absent at present, on account of the abduction. I don't understand. How is this related to Lord von Zieks? Let's first understand, my dear fellow, why has the professor earned such infamy? Due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Who was murdered by a professor were some of the highest members of British aristocracy. Members of the nobility and royalty sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the wait, of course, what Professor Harebrained said. Lord von Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It's a fifth victim that led to the professor's arrest. Last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint van Zieks. No! I don't believe it. Von Zieks, the Nipponese. I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. Wake of his older brother's murder, young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. Why do Lord von Zieks such a tragic past? Right, that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. That's all I have work to do. There's a waxwork exhibit. But I shall have to excuse myself as well, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure, thank you. This area has been long. The unpredictable scenarios have been now as involved. Can you come to visit me here? It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak. It's been 10 years, and here we are, leading in prison of all places. Can't forgive myself without Mr. Assman, I can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes, I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. Seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Damn you bunnies. Oh, I know, I've heard already. You're gonna be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really... What? Never mind, I know you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial, I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barak. Till tomorrow then, I'll see you in court. Is it really a preggers? Choose your legend, whatever, alright. I went to the teleporter center, 20th October 8:52 a.m. The Old Bailey defendants antechamber. Apparently it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Here I am back in the Old Bailey. Hi, Mr. Naruto. Good morning, Professor Harebrained. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. You know, every time I'm here, that gravity. Is Gatekeeper broken and is stat-wise or no? Oh, this is Britain's Ice Court. And you're telling me it's fitted with some device that can actually control air pressure. Oh, all in the mind. Yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruto? Count on you today's trial. To save my life, to save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. Sash had exploded 2 days ago, nothing more than the unfortunate accident. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Commiserations, Mr. Naruto. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. What I mean, Reno, leave me alone. I'm home with Hurley. These took an hour to wake him. Ow! Ah, is it you? Sherlock Holmes. Indeed, sir, I am he. Sherlock Holmes. Ah, by your exploits, even while living in Germany. Men's magazines on sale in Germany too. Once installment was sublime, reduction adventures, Silver Blades was wonderful. Yes, a memorable case indeed. Concerned a snake I seem to recall. There's a speckled band. Thank you for coming. Do appreciate your support. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow. I'm afraid I can't stay. Urgent business at Madame's spouse. In your waxwork job? Oh no, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Trying to get into the bottom of that ransom note, are you? Week's wages depend on as a safe return to the waxwork, naturally. Such I intend to give my undivided attention. Never mind, I understand. Of course, mice gets off its frustration, reasoning and resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. Provide forthwith. Until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. I must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite Iris, quite. My life is riddled with irony, you know. I get some of my full attention and insatiable desire for pie. A universe of intractable mysteries, you might say. I definitely, absolutely, totally understand. So I'm a little starstruck. Wish you very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, well, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruto, word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? Gatekeeper and mage, the fuck? I guess they're trolling then. As you have remarkably low grounded in science, feel ought to inform you. Capella is a super high voltage instantaneousness hypothesis, may be. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by Professor Grid Exhibition, is quite impossible. Duh. The professor said the demonstration was a success. He's obviously a nuts. Appear that he fervently believes it was. Professor's bunny brains paper out at 2 real, I have to say. Like looking at that fucking Genesis auction. Plus $5 stats, yada yada. Jesus. If the bonus stats of the people around him is over 60, there's so much power creep in Fire Emblem, fucking... Fire Emblem Heroes. Wait, so if the bonus around him is plus 60, he gets the hit burst. Try can be done. Can barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. Completely barking up the wrong tree. I'm gonna experiment that no possibly succeed. That's contradictory. What a contradiction will be at the heart of the trial, no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? I must hurry along now. I just clicked on the link. I don't play Heroes. I have no idea how big the power creep is. Let's hurry along. Wish you best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Back in my day, we'd rally speed and strength. And then I was strong. Looks like you're on your own today, Reno. Chin up, you can do it. What about you, Iris? Afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. Maybe it's gonna be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. So it's ominous. Calls our defense of the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make way into the courtroom once we're on our way. experiment with the laws of science, it can't possibly succeed. Scientists is convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Rinosuke. Key to this case. I'm assuming the tome Nino has is still okay, but I think a lot of bonuses happen in combat rather than outside of combat. Yeah, as in, like, if they enter combat, get 5 to all stats or something stupid. Instead of, so you can abuse rallies with, with in-combat bonuses. 23rd October, 9:10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Her Majesty the Queen hereby declares this court to be in session. We're sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. Back up on the Council's prosecution of defense declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready, my lord. I should get a water real fast. I'm 6 months out of practice, so what's more? Oh, what the? She's gone? Well, it's Susanoo-san today. What the? Where'd she go? Hey. It's my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? Must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Assman. It's Asman, Sir Assman. Mr. Assman was known to pronunciate. I'm not sure, dude. In fact, I keep messing up that word. Merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. Only a month ago, the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Von Zeeks. Jury unanimously found him not guilty. Every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. Fuck yeah, when can I get on these juries? He's the ass man. Damn, hello. Assassin, who could it be? I don't know that guy. Powerful London criminals prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. 2 days ago on 21st October, Mr. Assman met his end. Terrible shame. Work of the Reaper, was it? That is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. Fact remains that Mr. Assman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury who've been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Alright, let's see them. 6 you ready to fulfill your societal duty. Finally, some new fucking sprites. Gratified but psyched to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Damn booba, I just realized. And a super long, whatever, giraffe neck. Science, experiments, magic conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are all nothing more than performances and a villain stash. Oh, spurious scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves a hang. I have to listen and say it on both sides of the fence and settle on one, that's it, isn't it? Oh my god, God wasn't like this in Mad Day, wasn't like this at all. That's the police killer Automo lookalike again. He's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Sure you are all aware the incident we were here at the judge today tragically took place at the Great Expedition shortly after its opening. Death Court could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. As the dream of science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn events as such as the eyes of all of London know of the whole world will be on this trial. Our duty reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. Opening statement, please, Lord Von Zeeks. Part of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. What are science's latest developments, I take it? We studied in Germany. That has to be the strongest tech in the world. Government's keen to capitalize on great exhibition, improve Britain's technological advantage. Oh no, they're gonna lose it soon though. Technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord. Designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity. Beam them instantly in another location where they're subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realm of possibility? I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity, my goodness, how shocking. Ah, the whole idea is absurd. A hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am. My word on the matter can be considered vital. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? Prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What rot? Older! Professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. Hughes made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Assman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Schedule next week will be like Shadowverse and possibly XCOM 2. Thank you, Lord Von Zieg's prosecution stance is clear. Now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord.
I'm ready to roll.
It's going all out again. Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand. Phoenix and I work back 45. Let me see these two. I'm gonna state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Class Gregson, Deputy Inspector, Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. It's on duty demonstration day in question, charge following the investigation. Herbert Harebrain, scientist. Born in England and carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. Graduating from university in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back after discovering my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. Instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it, they must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Wow, here we go. That much is undone. I was showing this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. He's dead, sir. Getting inside the Crystal Tower, take it the centerpiece of the expedition, no less. That's right, my lord. It seems the victim rammed straight into it. Oh, I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. Stabbing to the chest. Court's heard the victim of the incident was Odie Assman. There's been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and demonstration itself. See, so to summarize the situation, defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for a demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the record thanks to the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage. That being said, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly determine whether or not this was an accident or deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. Beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How could you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you can experiment to pin her front for murder. Alright, I'm gonna bring it back once we get to the music, right? Front for murder. Alright, be right back real fast. Corpse went crashing into your dad, had a broken neck. Terrible shame. Alright, let me get a drink of water. They kept poking and prodding Mewtwo, okay? They thought they could control. If only they learned how dark Pokemon were made, they could have controlled them. Instead, they were fools. Poor scientists, man. Okay. Go get it. I always get sleepy when I play this game. Or no, during the investigations, you notice I doze off. Okay, water keeps me up. It's water, damn you, what else could it be? Nah, it's just too relaxed, I guess. It's not that it's boring, it's just... Okay, no, I don't do energy stamping anymore, at least. It just doesn't leave. Alright, corpse went crashing through the crystal tower, broken neck. Made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam protection, so that was my mistake. Post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal one. Maybe it's a caffeine crash after my 2 cups of coffee. There's a lesion in his chest where he could have been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. Extraordinary business. Petitioner suffered a broken neck. The victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would like to have heard from someone other than the judge. Coroner says the death would have all been instant from a wound like that. He did say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. I have the experiment plan document I was submitted to the security team. Victim stood inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. Probably it was a wax figure or something, I don't know. The second level of the crystal jar about 25 yards away. Experiment did not go according to plan, however. Machine was put into operation. There was a large explosion. That's caused the beam transmitter point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. Not really, I swear, it's just an accident, terrible accident. Unfortunately, my excuse can't save you. No, not concerning a sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. If I was on the counts, I'd be like, denied. But sir, the case can't move. The counsel refuses. Alright. Autopsy, Mr. Assman, neck broken from the impact, violent fall, stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Permission to speak freely, sir. Denied. That's what I'd say every time. I was there in person. No, I saw the whole ludicrous performance. Only a person on stage with Mr. Assman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Really, then, by all accounts, it must have been him. Oh, hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Get the focus here. Ooh, it's been a while. Up front for murder. Corpse went crashing into the crystal, broken out. What's wrong was? I mean, a minor miscalculation, the angle of the beam protection, that's all. That was my mistake. The post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. Look at him. What a chump. So much for your riches. 47 British, 2:20 p.m. Coroner Courtney Sif. I'm assuming that might be important later. How often do they ever say the name? Hemorrhage of wound to the chest appears severe, inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebrae, most likely resulting in impact after sudden fall of considerable height. Trying to remember the other cases. I'm not even sure if they even had the coroner's name. First one or another injury. A fatal wound or a lesion in the chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. The victim was killed before he went anywhere. Fell was the only one who could have done it. Fancy after saying that. Oh, you really need to ask? Only 2 people on that public experimental stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Oli Asman, and the accused, Professor Harebrayne, and we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion, kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage or the victim could have possibly have done it. Albert Harebrayne's the only bloke who fits the bill. Unless you got some other bright idea, Sunshine, in which case, let's hear it. Learned friend's silence is your answer, Inspector. Can a man have a moment to think? So that's all the testimony I have to work with. No idea the victim had been stabbed, that changes everything. And Zeke's kept that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage. Oh, well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses as much new information as possible.
Hold it!
Broken neck. You suggested that's because he fell from a considerable height. Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere midair. It's Valkyria Chronicles. The experiment in a disaster so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
Hold it!
And a miscalculation. Angle projection is critical, is it? And you calculate it yourself. And now it'll probably be Alicia, or whatever the main character is, and big boobed Valkyria. I don't know who else it would be though. Calculate yourself personally. Absolutely, a calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Oh, you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. A calculation is so common, even I can make a mistake. People fall for that brazen confidence. I should try it. Take into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, and the ambient temperature. Consider every possible variable. I just don't understand how could this have happened. Obviously, then you have to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Aspen was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah. Crackling comets. The answer should have been 3. So much for safety first. 3 must be for safety third. Post-mortem exam revealed another injury, a fatal wound.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? Doesn't make any sense. I didn't think I have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? Too right. Obviously, first we thought the bloke had died due to spine snapping in half as well. Saying that's not the case. We'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips, if you don't mind buttering every few seconds. We all know that's a bottomless bag. Victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. Would have been reasonable to assume that is the cause of death. Right, that's what we thought. It was a red heron, wasn't it?
Hold it!
Defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Prosecution received this report from the forensics investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Yeah, sarcastic and insincere, thanks. What was the nature of this sharp object? One of the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This, there we go. That would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Counts? Ah ha ha, there he is. My trusted little companion, Andrew. Andrew, of course. We know each other already. He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew's my flat-headed screwdriver. Of course, his brother Michael was a crosshead. Oh, it would appear that your beloved Andrew. It's a red stain on his shank. Oh no! That's isn't. It's blood beyond all reasonable doubt. No. That's not all. This long, sharp shape of Andrew fellow, completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? The crossbow probably fired at him. Alright, Oldar. Court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Screwdriver entered in the court record. Professor Harebrain's tools as a murder weapon. Right. This is blood. Mr. Asmon's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver as lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Could be important information. Should definitely connect it. Not sure what's want me to show. I'll try to.
Objection!
Not it. So my last statement seems odd to the note. Well, precisely what you find odd on your return journey to Japan. Fuck you guys. I won't be back on. Give the court an answer for about 4 months, so rest assured we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel. Sounds serious. I have to prove my work was before he does send me back home. Fuck. Better not be a press all. No.
Objection!
That statement would seem beyond somewhat the evidence. Just counsel explain this somehow as the court, not the other way around. Oh, I think I know why. Okay, wait. Let me see. I think as this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes. Let's need to reconsider this. Isn't it proven a statement though? Fuck.
Objection!
I'm getting fucked here. I don't know. Overrule your objection, counsel. Defense would have accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. You would also have to think again. Fuck, I'm gonna lose already, and this is like the first turn. Fuck. The hell's our contradiction look? Wait, that's weird. Iris isn't here to talk to me about objects, funny enough. Because I have no one on my side right now. I want to say that the crossbow fired it, but...
Hold it!
answers at all. No, just present this fucker.
Objection!
Oof, I'm getting destroyed here. Fuck. Alright, I might have to cheat. I don't understand. This is the first fucking round.
Hold it! Hold it!
What's the contradiction here? Oh, maybe gives us one fact. This is what I just did.
Hold it! Great Scott!
Oh, now this happened. I fucking hate when the game does this. Okay.
Excuse me!
No wonder why I didn't know what to do. Fuck, I have to press everyone again because I didn't have the screwdriver this time. Alright, here, Ren, you have information maybe relevant here. Yeah. They force you to press it again if you didn't have the, item. Professor. Sorry. Calculating the optimum coefficient in electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. I know what the stand is the best place for that. Seems as though you might have something to say on Inspector Gregson's last work. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said nobody else could have done it, didn't he? That's right, Ukos stabbed the victim, I don't know, but there's no way I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman as you said. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins, I had heard. Surely you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew in the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, blood swimming pool. Thousands of Londoners watched me at the time, and yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. Oh, true, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Order. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop from my hallowed chalice, accompany my old friends. Adieu, sin. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barak. I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have. A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, where are they going with this? Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. When the victim was stabbed, what must have been left in his body whilst he was beaten through the air.
Objection!
Say while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experiment stage, and that's where the fellow was stabbed. Only explanation for that if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. We literally gave it to him while on stage. Common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, what about the screwdriver? Thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves on the experimentation stage. What? It's on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. Went to pick it up, the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh, well, now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted a defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Oh, no, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. If this was Miles and Gumshoe, poor Gumshoe would have had his pay docked. Pepe Hands only gets ramen every day. That's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? This tool has been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine. And it shouldn't still been on the stage. That's right, it should have been beamed across to the crystal tile along with Mr. Asman. And been still lodged in the victim's chest. Wow, my chips. How do you explain this, Inspector? Why, well, I don't. Look, so everything that the victim had on his person moved from when he was beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. Ew. Strange situation. I know people are saying this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility. We're still basing arguments on the assumption it did actually take place. Time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution thought I would explain this inconsistency in its argument, it can only conclude testimony given to court cannot be relied upon. What Von Ziegler stumped? What, they voiced his order? Have something to say, witness. Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruto, don't worry. About what? Without delving into the details, there's no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on stage is consistent with my calculations. What? No, my fucking, my eyes! Seeming illusions have been shattered. Clearly we should hear the accused's explanation. My goddamn eyes! Should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's arguments. Scientists, very well, defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanation as why the inconsistency asserted by defense fails to hold. Name Apollo, I will, my lord. Here. Inconsistency explained. I am still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have to stay put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was a patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is based upon his hypothesis metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrained could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. It's not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrained. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruto. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruto. I have 1 life point left. Still stage Gyno data main research. Episodes states kinesis cannot support metal. Let's find a metal weapon order state put. These are his classes. So you can see now Aspen Peachman research, yes.
Hold it!
Hypothesis states that there isn't proven then. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based on thousands of calculations. It is widely known that metals can be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is about you incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? I'll reason the birdcage is made of wood, you see? Sorry, the birdcage. Yes, that's what I call the Siu Butusa cage in which Mr. Aspen was placed for kinesis. The joust in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. Thank you, not referred to as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on stage if it was made of metal. Correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. Fits perfectly with the mathematical model. Ultimate conclusion then. That the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Damn! Oh, indeed, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. This game over time, I gotta refresh my,
Objections!
Professor Harebrained, you say according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using a machine you made, is that right? Yes, that's right, spot on, exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Clearly see Mr. Aspen is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't. But my calculations! Metal! No! Already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome. It should have also predicted the metal-rimmed glasses would be found in the same place. Yeah, my hypothesis, my calculations, my hypothesis. Professor Harebrained, this isn't easy for me to say. You're a fraud. Your hypothesis is clearly flawed. No! We're destroying our own scientist performance. Order, counsel, what is the implication of this? On the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place. It's hardly possible the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that the experiment was a success. Experiment was proof of all my work. If I could say something in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. Man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. That's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. Wait. Great Scott, research my science is suspect? It's just been disproven, hasn't it, in front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the records of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never. That machine's essence my entire hypothesis. Protected by a Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going down. What's the best way for me to help the professor? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should just watch and wait for the time being. My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination. But what about the Special Dispensation mission? Oh gosh, this is all too much. It's determined that the machine itself is a murder weapon. I think you'll find the act won't apply. Of course it was a murder weapon. Anyone can see that plain as day. So we're all in agreement, are we? That the machine should be stripped. If I don't do something, though...
Objection!
Oh, it was a fake one. Professor Urban, yet the perfect is adventure. It seemed to be the case, yes. Even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. There'd absolutely no reason to do such a thing. You had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For this research grant money. The government was foolish enough to deem the man's ridiculous notion plausible. He and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? How much could a banana cost? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. 10 pounds. Oh, you could live handsomely on that much for years. Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty more enough for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone. Least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, fact remains the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment is a success. Barak. Therefore, what person could have possibly committed this murder is the accused. Barak. Just 3, yeah. Where's this headed? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord von Zeux. Prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators at a demonstration of the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses. Well, the court grants prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses to the incident. Prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no petition. Please killed financier victim here on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Ooh, that's me. Yes. Time for to make your own stance clear. Clearly flawed professor's hypothesis. I definitely see that. Where does that leave me? Take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good, in that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. On October 10:45, New Bailey, defendant sent to chamber. Naruto. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis, you've been picking holes in it from the start. Cause you're a fraud. Sorry about that. promised me. You said you'd prove the dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said to keep my precious invention from falling in anyone else's hands. All you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said I'd believe you and fight for your freedom to the very end. Also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. Fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? Yeah, but if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is, nevertheless. A man died as a consequence, didn't he? No, no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault, and I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. That might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful, claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. But oh no, wait. He's a Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Glad that's cleared, huh? Can I double check something with you? Yes, what? She and a demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved. Wow. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn up. The firm belief science is the only future. So yes, it's true my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruto, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel defendant. Prosecution witnesses ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. All hinges on that demonstration. Professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims. He's the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. And Mr. Sholmes is adamant. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by a professor in a great exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? Here's our October 1. Yeah. The Old Bailey courtroom. And Her Majesty the Queen hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Concert, defense, and prosecution are ready for the new witnesses to testify. Prosecution's ready, my lord. As is defense, my lord. Lord Von Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw a demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed they did, and as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Testimony about the year can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. Prosecution stance remains unchanged, though it ended in tragedy. The demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. Consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual who had been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution position is clear, so bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. Witnesses whose proximity to the incident of the day in question clarify the truth unequivocally. The fuck? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court here. My name is Balthazar Luna. I'm sorry of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of this experimental stage. My name is Wilhelm Gosrick Siegmund Ormstein. Come to see the great exhibition from all the way from home in Bohemia. I am very rich. Inspector Jean Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, and Eric Sholmes agrees. On security duty exhibition, I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Tina again. She mentioned she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? She clearly loved every minute of it. 3 balloons fly near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in such a balloon at the time and saw events unfold in the skies above. Make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Oh, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for the introduction. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Now they describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you at a vantage point above the stage. Incidente terrible, whatever. The gate for my balloon's not damaged. There's a huge bang from the stage. Next second, another bang in the sky beside us. From immediate smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I get a good look inside the cage. No one went near it after it crashed into the tower. That's extraordinary collective account, I must say. Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions? Or precisely 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. Demonstration began. The balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. Tom Berry Kington, Starman, welcome. So-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot I did not miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. Yay. I still have lots of money. Oh, could I have some? Precisely who is this curious infant? Toady is a young noble Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed in a great expedition. Ja, I am here in London on sightseeing tour with my elementary school. Not the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I removed my mask, this is what I look like. Yes, I see. Delightful face, I'm sure. Ja, everyone says so. Great disguise there. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts of the court, namely, despite ending an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. Furthermore, until arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asmund on stage, could have possibly committed the murder. Thank you, Counts. Prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, defense cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. He's 60 feet up. Incident terrible. Only gate for my balloons are not damaged.
Hold it!
3 balloons flying above the experiment stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people pay £10 for one night. £10? It's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. You fucker, little rich fucker. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free. I did play the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. It does have all the luck. They're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. Operators for the balloons were decided by lots, for each operating matter in a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you could actually witness in the incident. Right, I can feel you in there, my lord. Each bang on stage, next second another bang in the sky beside.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yep, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer mugs is a mugs game. You should join the force and go flying together. You know me so well. Well, anyway, tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything, you saw everything because you were flying up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing in that cage, dodgy press, pull on them levers. That's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. Oh, you are describing the moment the subject's body is decomposed by electricity, I believe. I don't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in the air. Looked around, there was a huge great fireball next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before.
Excuse me!
Master Gots, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Ah, yes, what was it again? Just... Bohemian Boy. Oh, we don't get to have his name here. Simply called Bohemian Boy. Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. Just the four names there. Point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gino Lestrade's last remark, perhaps. Well, get that right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address him at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh. Yeah, there was a second explosion. It was right beside the balloons, that is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said in it, 1 minute there was nothing there, there was then a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. All Bohemians proud to be so full of joy. I'm rich. Just before the second explosion happened next to a balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. Green balloon? Hey, you what? I never saw nothing like that. Oh, she's a green balloon. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. Testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. Cannot say these lies. That is not allowed. Just playing the bleeding royalty card, are ya? Typical. Says the orphan who likes around people she works for Her Majesty's Police. Okay, young man, I ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interest of national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the sky that exploded, it was the green balloon that was next to us at the time.
Hold it!
Green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I'm proud Bohemian for all these questions making me boring. I think you mean bored. English very annoying. The language of my countrymen far superior. Ragazord is very long to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. Is illogical. Please tell me it doesn't mean logical. You insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. My die. What? I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons at the sky. Lots of no monks, the Germans. Monks. But sir. Ooh, here you go. Oh, your highness. This is World War I now, international, and it's so easily resolved. Peaceful relations restored here in the court, and perhaps a return to the testimony. Do you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself. The cage fell from the sky like a stone crashed in the crystal tower.
Objection!
Oh, fuck. I think I'm getting too ahead of myself. Oh. Wait, no, I'll have to do that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those.
Objection!
Do I really have to press something? Alright, I guess I'll just press again.
Hold it!
I looked around, there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before. Appears that it flames the cage, that's what. And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space. Mind blown in it. It's somewhere 20th century, I reckon. So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believed they saw something miraculous taking place. Cage felt like stone crashing the crystal tower. You see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. Grand confusion on the stage, ran to see what happened. Terrorized by the idea when my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons still there. I saw it though, I saw it slam into the tower after all. I'm a detective now. Tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Didn't get a good look at the side of the cage, no one went near enough to crash.
Hold it!
So you gave the order to keep people away. Yeah? Use your head, Otto. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. Because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. I was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicked inspector who tried to seal off the scene. Real sight the board, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. Anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Prosecution really asserted the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. 2 explosions would have thrown everyone in watching a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time.
Hold it! Hold it!
Show the picture. It's like a weird picture.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm running it down now again. What the hell? Does this even matter? lost again? What the? Pretty sure I pressed everything.
Objection!
That one's sort of lame, but whatever. In your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they'd been caught in the explosion, it would have been terrible. Wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be, see, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon, that is a large round part of the balloon which comes filled with hot air. It's made from the very thick fabric lined with rubber generally rippling in the sky, just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found in the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gauntz testified, green balloon did indeed explode that day. Yeah. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation belonged to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! Balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. So no, I haven't just spent £10 for the experience. How awful. No, seems like they're saying they crash 50% of the time anyway. He lost £10 for it. Instantaneous kinesis did occur after the explosion on the stage. The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing a balloon to explode, eminently plausible. Fortunate traffic accident, as it were. Changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This is I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Liu? Suggests that I am a liar. Persons died in a balloon incidente. No need to get fired at, Mr. Loon. The victim was a sole fatality that day. That's right, then I prove it. Fazar Loon is not a liar. No such balloon in the sky. That's right. It's not impossible. I said it's impossible. Why? Whereas more important matters discussing the number of balloons operating that day. Right.
Objection!
Ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this balloon until now. My lord, defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. You can tell there's clearly more of the truth here than meets the eye. Imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating in the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. As I said, Balthazar's balloon no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons carrying passengers. If they found a gun explosion, it's catastrophe. You can't get away from the fact there's been a bit of cloth found at the scene, can ya? Coppers reckon in Yara is probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. These stupid rags always mistake my balloons. Have red in the blue zigzag stripes anyway. Maybe it was a different company's balloon. Oh, so your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you. Si, exactamente. You saw a balloon in the first place. But I like the sound of it. Very bad for business. I have good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. We war. All out war. Let there be war. Sir. I'm not all out war. Concern doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. Defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements. Court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel may now cross-examine the witnesses. Said Balthazar Loon, no lie, every balloon ended in Skyland in safety. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. They fell to the ground in an explosion. What a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that burn a bit of cloth on the scene, can ya? Coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. The stupid rags are a mistake. Balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? See, Signor, I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, yes, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. Couldn't therefore conclude it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier day, unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. I believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident predates the expedition. See, exactement, the senior says not from one of my balloons, Cletus Ragzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. I've heard that before!
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Master Gotts. Master William Gotts Sigmund Ormstein. It's on the tip of my tongue. The before. That's something very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it's all over Bohemia. Could speak as much bad language as like, but it changes nothing. Do you not have evidence, Ragzo? Then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? Give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. But why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious, what? I thought being up in Balloon Lubai, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs, thanks friend, of the crystal tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot cellar, heel cellar, the balloon. Instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really, you did take one. All I wanted was a ride in balloon. I'm not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, then you will see. You will see I'm not a liar. I did see a green balloon. The fuck? Well, I see you are too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see there was a green balloon in this photograph, but that's not my fault. That's fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Ah, wow, for whatever those are called. That's one very Bohemian sounding cry. Wow, I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know how it makes a difference. Very well, the court accepts this photograph as evidence. Shows another balloon, claims his green exploded moments after he took the shot. It's not my fault, it's the fault of the person who made the camera. Oh yeah, there's a contradiction. There's a balloon with nobody in it, yeah. Never mind, I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. And hence, this magnifying glass is fucking useless, by the way. Barely see shit. Pretty sure that was a dummy. But there must be some, I'm assuming the scientist is a liar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's some dummy. Or a wax-like statue. Pretty sure I have wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly you take that photograph? It was the day of the big explosion. You don't say. Past each other there is a very loud bang. Often the wind rush over my face. This photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Yes, me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. Cannot give a flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. Young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that went in the air. Still, this is inconsistent. It must tell us something, I'm sure.
Objection!
Fortunately, the photograph Master Godstock can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? Shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh my goodness, you're right. Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, for pleasure, have you seen the view? My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them, so when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage, a mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, niente! I can only tell you one thing. Balloon was not carrying passengers, then he was not one of mine. His brain is exploding! There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Expedition. Managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competition trying to steal my profits. I did not know this because one of the experimentals that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded the very someone Asmund was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after left scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. Bits of the balloon raining down because no one was in it and didn't get no attention. Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floated over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
Photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly there's nothing to do with the case. Oh, its relevance does elude me, I must say. Of course, seen sufficient evidence or ample testimony I read. Prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Jurors' minds are made up, not in our favor. What else could this photograph tell us? Nothing we can learn from it.
Objection!
Hey, gentlemen of jury, wait. Please don't give your decision yet. The photograph of Master Gaunt's. Probably hiding one more vital clue sought. Vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. Time for definitives now. Tell me, the court. What exactly does the alleged clean the photograph prove? Easily assume the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. That's right, this was not my fault. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. What? Fear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, who will highlight the location of the alleged clue in the photograph record. Uh-oh. Of course, my lord. Look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. What leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Oh, the fucking crossbow fired at it, I see.
Take that!
Time in his photograph can only be described as miraculous. You look, you notice there's a bright white line appears pointing directly at the balloon. It's likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. Bright, I can see nothing of the sort. You look within with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Really? What? Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Golly, do you think it might be the lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire headed straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even in my aged eyes, it appeared to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas-filled balloon?
Objection!
It's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly reach such a height. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how exactly what did happen. What evidence? That we never submitted. Such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sakes present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed direct for the balloon.
Take that!
Found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, it's that a crossbow? UK, you're me, braid in, woo! Archers! Arrow dipped in oil and satellite could have been shot from this weapon. Sending the flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. You're suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately. Blimey, you're right, that strychnine in the full looks just like an arrow, didn't it? And the explosion of the balloon, it was. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order, counsel, extraordinary supposition. The aim was to cause the balloon to explode. The shooter could have used a gun, of course. Gun. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. And yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the expedition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there's a big panic anyway, no? Well, like this. Should be pleased to found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
You understood the implication of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend. The flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon. Obviously it would have exploded. The birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued. Yes, he was inside it. Dun dun. What? Wait a minute. What are you just saying here? I don't get it. Is the birdcage beamed up in the sky after all? Or what? Goodness me. Now I understand. That's what I was thinking feelings about. I think there's a good chance. Birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, counsel? No going back now, the horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment started, birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode, drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. At the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you all agree it's entirely plausible. I described the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out today. My scientist friend is a liar. Liar! Let's see. Good grief.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemporary display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes said the experiment was scientific impossibility, which in case the only way to explain what happened that day. And in case the victim's body was found inside the birdcage crystal tower. The instantaneous kinesis didn't take place. How do you explain that? If I may put in a word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by simple deception. Sure, number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double. Ah, yes, of course, so unfair. Mr. Asman must have been inside the barricade as concealed in the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
Balloon that would have been filled with hydrogen. Well, one thing that's weird is if the balloon shattered, shouldn't there be like this, what is it, the basket somewhere? Balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything inside would have been scattered to 4 winds and exploded. I mean, shouldn't there be like on the ground somewhere? There should be a basket. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. Sure, number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode. By controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would suffer some burns that'd be unavoidable. Not to such an extent to render this whole scene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It's all part of elaborate deception to make it appear instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. Funny thing is, it doesn't clear our stupid scientist guy, because it would just say the scientist is a fraud and did it this way if we accept this what happened. It means the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present in the public experimenting stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by a defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. I mean, he was already dead in the birdcage, was he not? This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. But Von Zieks can't credibly maintain Professor Harebrained as a suspect now. Mr. Naruto, appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Wow. Professor? I'm the villain now. You can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry. What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess. Albert? That it was me who stabbed Mr. Audi Asman. Yes, it was me. 'Twas I, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Just jumping in front of a bus, sir. Order. Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection!
That's a Harebrained. What are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis, my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, and then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, if the dignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable, but you were duped, Professor. You'll just let me if I can prove. Barak. Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act is adhered and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponi's friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. Prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuinely instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Counsel, what is the defense official position on the matter? Fuck your stupid invention. Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me. It's proved that the explosion on stage was an accident to protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. Alright, fuck it. Send him away forever. Meh. Never liked the guy anyway. He did it. Let him hang. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or my client's could assume condemned. Fuck it. Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. Silent long enough isn't talking your trade, my learned friend. Whereas all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind. Elementary on start with my 13 months. It's narrow though. There's no escape here. I have to make a choice, but it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? Defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact proper scientific invention. Big choice again. No, I can't say. Come on! The client, you're supposed to go with the client's wishes, even if he wants to be executed. If he wants to hang in the gallows, let him. But Pepe hands his science, so I'm about to break him, damn you. His brain. Client breaks me, I can't let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? What the? Hello again, Mr. Naruto. It's been far too long. How did you speed run here? Sad song. What are you? Hiya! Boof. One of my pursuits I will take down in 6 months. Time to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Just working on what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Mr. Harebrained, now? Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is a pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what most both pursue now. No, but his science reprehends he's a fraud. God fucking damn it, me eyes! Finally opened your eyes. Me eyes, I can't fucking open me eyes. There's wine in it now, you motherfucker. What? It's for you. Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Heard my learned friend's assertion. Don't you have something to say? Barak. Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? The day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. To assassin. Beg your archer, I mean. Beg your pardon. Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me. Straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. You see, one last lens in me too, a monocle. Wow, villain, black monocle. One thing in particular helped me positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well, after all. He's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not to name any scientist's wishes here. The man's an abomination. Not to name any conjurer wishes here either. What on earth is he? Probably this isn't the first tale of the nature I've heard of the scientific circles in a connection with that name. Talk of other flamboyant experiments turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal's after the government's research grant money. Well, Christ, you might as well be the fucking defense attorney. Fuck it. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. Man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Alright, well, we'll just book that guy. Fuck it, this Royal Society guy's OP. So it's true then, my invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe the machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away to my hypothesis. Obviously I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception. Everything I worked at towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. You're garbage, you're a loser. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built. True nature, Mr. Drebber. Never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's only possible that Mr. Asmund and Drebber were working together to use you as a means to fraudulently acquire the research grant money. I announced my invention to the crowds that day. It was the finest moment of my career. Pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber described. The smoke suddenly started billowing out. Panicked. I didn't know what was happening. Really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. You now consent to the prosecution submit necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. We'll have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Lord is newly made aware of another party's involvement in the matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man if possible, like him serve with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now for cause for the defense. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good, in that case, court is adjourned till tomorrow morning. Right, 1:36 p.m. This is almost a good start time to get to investigation day 2. Oh, Billy defendant's antechamber. Mr. Naruto, yes. I'm so sorry, I was wrong, you were right, I tricked you, you trust me, I dragged you into my mess. How did it ever come to this? So sorry. Really, I have no idea, Professor. What Mr. Drebber was up to, I mean. What was he really constructing? Naturally, the machine was embodying my hypothesis, all my hopes and dreams. Complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Sadly, a murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Hey. Thank you for doing so much for me. So arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruto. Arriving late? You didn't receive my postcard. I want to let you know I arrived. Postcard? What postcard? Hid it from you, Runa, so it'd be a surprise, you bitch. Well, did it work? A surprise, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear. So Swirls, just so happy to see you again. That sort of slipped out, yeah. The thing about the jury thing is, yeah, it's a little weird. Some of the cases seem written to not have jury. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Susie's train was late in London Victoria this morning. Susie made the coachman really whipped the horse's heart so he witnessed the whole trial. I was watching in the gallery for a while, and afraid I couldn't contain myself. I'm glad you didn't. Well, at my side in court gives me a strength I need to win, so I'm delighted to see you back in London. You're too kind, Mr. Naruto. I'm delighted to be here. Hope we continue to be of service to you. Of course, so let's spot you back. Professor Miko told me not to protest. Let's save all that conversation when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Iris, how wonderful, I can't wait. Finn. So I'm back in London, it's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. So in my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Finn, yes. Finn. I'm assuming we need 2.5 streams to finish the game. But we'll see. I think the first game is much shorter, I'm assuming. Because case 2 and 3 are exceptionally short. Yeah. I could save over the final case 5. Alright. So it might be 2.5 streams before we finish it. I don't know what the weekend game will be after. Tomorrow will be Evangelion 3.33 or some garbage, whatever. But it's time for Genshin, but that is a good stopping point. We'll continue to Saturday, Sunday. Tuesday stream, we try to finish Shadowverse. Wednesday, maybe Shadowverse / XCOM 2. Thursday for sure should be XCOM 2 / whatever. Okay. I mean, we'll see if there's no games, yeah. No More Heroes 3. I have no idea how good or bad it is. I feel like the new Evangelions are probably gonna be lame anyway, because they gone full Kingdom Hearts or some shit on us. Okay. So I will be right back real fast and we'll do Genshin. I haven't played any of the No More Heroes. I played Killer 7, but I think he was told to tone it down because it didn't sell very well. It's a really fucked up game, but yeah.